Young-oh and Jaehyun were such a beautiful couple that everyone envied their love. Suddenly, one day Young-oh discovered that she was pregnant. Upon learning that he was going to be a father, Jaehyun was overwhelmed with happiness, and he made a plan to propose to her. Unfortunately, on his way to meet Young-oh, Jaehyun was hit by a car driven by a stranger. After the accident, Jaehyun's memories from about 3 years ago completely disappeared. Jaehyun's mother also took the opportunity to separate Young-oh and Jaehyun, causing her to misunderstand him even more. Will Jaehyun be able to regain his memory and meet his child later? Let's follow along. In a small corner of the street, a couple was talking, looking very tense. I just need one word from you, just say that child is mine. The girl sadly looked up at the guy standing in front of her. And he kept asking pressing questions, that Yena is his daughter alone. Just say Yena is our daughter. The girl trembled before the guy's harshness. She pursed her lips and pondered, I'm the one who has to endure everything. Involuntarily, she slowly raised her hand. And gently touched the guy's face. Why does your face show such extreme pain? Who heartlessly made this man so desperate? He also grabbed her hand and earnestly begged, tell me, please confirm it to me. His words made her even more heartbroken, I have to. Say that for this man. She gently let go of her hand. She chose to reveal all the secrets she had been hiding for so long. Yes, the child is yours. After hearing the words from the girl's own mouth, his heart pounded wildly. She hesitated and continued, that little girl is ours. 7 years ago, she was extremely confused when she held the pregnancy test stick with 2 clear lines in her hand. No way. How can this be? This girl is Lee Young-oh. At that time she was just a junior in college who had just stepped into life. Young-oh still couldn't accept this harsh truth. She collapsed on the table in helplessness. There must be a mistake. I don't remember. I just went out for a drink. No, could the problem just be the alcohol? Calm down, be calm. She hugged her head and tried to remember the events of that night. Then everything started to go wrong. After drinking alcohol, Young-oh and Jaehyun had intimate moments together. He confidently promised her, I won't do that. Just thinking of that part made her face blush completely. Oh my, what is this? Thousands of questions appeared in Young-oh's head. What should I say when I meet him? Will he agree to take me to the hospital? What if he gets angry? She pointed to the pile of pregnancy tests on the table and shouted, how can you be angry with that? It's his fault, Jaehyun, it's all your fault. While Young-oh was at a dead end, she suddenly received a new text message. She suddenly remembered that it was time for her date with Jaehyun. Our date. Without thinking much, she quickly swept all the pregnancy tests into the drawer. But one test was still left on the table. After getting ready, she quickly went down the street. In the bustling crowd, Young-oh tried to look around to find Jaehyun. A few minutes later, she finally found him. Young-oh quickly called out, Appa. She happily waved to young Jaehyun, this is my boyfriend, a 4th-year college student. As soon as he saw her, he immediately asked, why are you dressed like this? Then Jaehyun subtly put his jacket on Young-oh. We've been dating for 6 months now. The first time we met was 8 months ago, that day when I was in Australia on a working holiday visa. I met a man while I was standing and crying in front of the Korean department store because I hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. He lent me money without hesitation when I said I was exhausted. Since then, we've met more often. He's really kind. This thoughtful man is also very reliable. He always follows and protects me, always a perfect person until now. While Jaehyun was fixing Young-oh's coat, the girl became embarrassed, so she quickly pushed his hand away and grumbled, hey, I have my own fashion sense, okay? Jaehyun laughed and praised, it suits you very well. But in Young-oh's heart, she was still troubled by thoughts, but is he perfect in using contraception for me? That in every moment of our body's pleasure, everything is under control. She quickly brushed away those thoughts and held hands with Jaehyun to stroll on the street. The guy turned his head and asked, do you want to go eat something? She replied with a smile, I'm full. Suddenly Jaehyun stopped. He made a cute face and turned to ask, did you just refuse to eat? Young-oh stuttered, not knowing how to explain, because she was currently feeling very nauseous. Jaehyun stared at her face suspiciously. He gently put his hand on Young-oh's forehead to see if she was sick. That caring action plus the handsome face of a Korean guy made her heart flutter even more. He suddenly touched both sides of Young-oh's cheeks. After knowing that she was okay, Jaehyun put his arm around her shoulder and said, let's go, I'll take you home. A romantic sunset at Young-oh's house. Jaehyun carefully told her to go home quickly. Taking this opportunity, she also asked him, you should come in with me. He immediately refused, no, you look very tired, go home and go to bed. Young-oh smiled brightly and said, no, I'm not tired at all, I have so much energy, On the surface she was happy, but in her heart she was extremely distressed. Don't go, I need to talk to you. Even though she tried every way to keep Jihan, she couldn't change his decision. I still have some things to finish, so let's meet next time. Suddenly a male voice called Young-oh's name. Jihan instinctively turned his head to look. A young man waved to Young-oh with a happy face. She quickly recognized that it was her senior. As a habit, he ran to pat her head and kept asking, "Hey kid, how can you not see me for a whole month even though we're neighbors? Are you that busy?" She only knew how to answer, "Yes, I've been a bit busy lately." The senior laughed and teased her, "Busy dating your boyfriend, right?" And so the two talked happily without remembering Jihan's presence there. As soon as that senior turned his head, he was startled to see Jihan's dark and murderous face. To ensure his safety, he quickly tried to get out of this place as quickly as possible. "Okay, have fun playing, see you later." Young-oh also smiled and waved goodbye to her senior. "Yes, drive carefully." After the senior's back disappeared, the smile on her lips also disappeared. She turned to explain to Jihan, "He's a senior who lives in the same building as me, his room is also near mine," but the guy ignored that and told Young-oh to go in. The girl was wondering, "I thought you said you had something to do." Jihan didn't say a word, making Young-oh even more confused. Both slowly walked up the stairs. When she stood in front of the room, those chaotic thoughts reappeared in Young-oh's mind, making her even more worried. "I don't know why he changed his mind, but this might be good for me. I need to tell him. But where to start? What if he misunderstands what I want to say?" As soon as she stepped inside, Jihan rushed to hug Young-oh from behind. The bag on her shoulder also fell to the floor. Jihan whispered in Young-oh's ear, "My Young-oh is so crazy beautiful." He also made a serious face and said, "That's a big problem." Young-oh humbly denied, "What, you're even more beautiful than me." Jihan turned her around and asked, "What are you saying? You can never compare to my beauty." So she leaned her head on him, her heart felt like it wanted to jump out of her chest. Suddenly Jihan leaned his face close to Young-oh and said softly, "It's quite cold today. I'll help you warm up." And so the two shared a passionate kiss in the freezing snow. After a while, Young-oh interrupted that happy moment, "Wait." The worry in her increased more and more. At this moment I wonder what emotions he will show. Young-oh finally used all her courage to confess, "I have something to tell you." Jihan also didn't get upset but gently told her, "Just say it, don't keep it in your heart forever." Young-oh hesitated. The thing is, because she was too nervous, she clenched her coat in her hands. Then she told him, "I'm so hungry." Jihan sighed in confusion, "I've been wondering why you refused to eat." "Okay, let's eat together." Young-oh smiled at him with gentle eyes. And so the main chef today is none other than Jihan. The two kept discussing enthusiastically, "What should we cook?" "I only have kimchi." After thinking for a while, the guy decided to show off his kimchi pancake. Jihan flipped the egg skillfully and caught the egg perfectly, no different from a professional chef. Young-oh sat watching him cook with fascination. "Even though I've seen you cook so many times, I'm still captivated like the first time." Before her sweet compliments, he smiled happily. Finally, the hot and fragrant kimchi omelette was served on the table. "It's done." Young-oh was also excited to enjoy it. "Let's eat." Jihan also didn't forget to remind his girlfriend, "You should eat more." She chewed and replied, "I've eaten a lot already, how can I eat all of this alone?" A few minutes later, the plate of food was clean without leaving anything. Young-oh smiled with happiness. "It's not in vain to wait, it's so delicious." Suddenly Jihan touched her forehead and asked how she was feeling now. She quickly reassured him, "I'm fine, I was fine from the beginning." Jihan glanced at her warningly, "Don't hide your illness." Young-oh only knew how to smile at him, and then she thought to herself, "I've decided, when everything is clearer I'll tell him. Everything will be okay." After eating, it was time for Jihan to leave. She was quite surprised that he had to leave so early. The guy said, "That's right, work is still waiting for me, let me clean this up." So before leaving, he carefully washed all the dirty dishes in the house. He also put the food in the refrigerator. Suddenly Jihan's eyes seemed to bump into something. He curiously turned his head to look. Then he found something on Young-oh's table that looked familiar. So Jihan went to take a look. The girl didn't know anything and happily came to him and said, "Ah, thank you for the coat." Taking this opportunity, he also seriously asked her, "What is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jihan turned around with the pregnancy test in his hand. Young-oh froze for a few seconds before this awkward situation. Without thinking much, she ran towards Jihan. Then snatched the stick from his hand. Then nervously threw it into the drawer. With his keen eyes, he soon discovered something else. The guy pulled the drawer open forcefully, revealing countless pregnancy tests inside. What are these? Before Jaehyun's questioning, the girl only knew how to stand silently in fear. Seeing her trembling like that, he suddenly realized that his actions were a bit too much. So Jaehyun gently put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Okay. Don't mind it, first you have to calm down. It's okay, nothing happened, we'll talk later, okay? When he got home, he put his coat on while talking. Before leaving, Jaehyun still didn't forget to tell Young-oh, I'll contact you later. After he left the room, Young-oh still stood silently for a long time. It was late outside. Young-oh lay listlessly on the bed. Suddenly the phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from her love. As soon as she picked up, Young-oh trembled and said, yes. On the other end of the line, Jaehyun immediately apologized. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? Did you put tangerines in my pocket? She sat up and replied, yes, please eat them. Jaehyun suddenly called her name in a serious tone. Young-oh, go to the hospital with me tomorrow. Young-oh sat blankly for a while. She still couldn't believe that he would say these words to her. Jaehyun kindly asked, you also need to get a pregnancy record book, right? I searched online and saw them say they would give you something like that. While talking, he fiddled with the proposal ring in his hand. Jaehyun's care and understanding made Young-oh extremely touched. Her eyes were teary as if she was about to cry. Because she couldn't control her emotions anymore, she burst into tears like a child. I thought you hated it. Seeing her like that, Jaehyun became even more worried. Why would I be like that? I'm sorry, so are you free? Let's meet and talk, then go to the hospital together. Young-oh became much more excited when she unloaded the burden in her heart. She smiled happily and agreed to his proposal. Jaehyun gently called Young-oh's name again in a warm voice. She asked curiously, anything else? He smiled and planned to say I love you. Those were the words I should have heard, but then I chose to hold back. And then finally he only knew how to say to Young-oh, nothing, good night. After hanging up, Jaehyun kept smiling to himself. Tomorrow I have to act. It might be a bit sudden, but it will definitely be great. Although we've never done that without using protection, but maybe there was a time we were careless. It's just a small mistake. Now everything has gone this far. I want to marry her as soon as possible. My dear Young-oh, I will build a dream with you. I will try to become better for you. I love you. The proposal ring was also ready to be given to Young-oh. Early the next morning. As soon as Jaehyun finished showering, his phone suddenly rang with a notification. Young-oh sent him a lovely text message, see you later. After reading it, Jaehyun also smiled in happiness. Looking at the way she texts, she must be very excited. He carefully stood in front of the mirror to fix his hair and clothes. In his head, he kept calculating the plan carefully. I need to go to the flower shop, so I should leave around 2 o'clock. While planning to choose his favorite tie, Jaehyun's mother suddenly called. As soon as he picked up, he quickly said, yes, I'm listening, Mom. The mother had a little doubt. Are you busy? The guy honestly replied, a little bit. She sadly told Jaehyun, how could you come yesterday without saying a word to me? I'm so sad. Hearing this, he only knew how to say 2 words, I'm sorry, I've been too busy lately. The mother looked at the family picture and kept complaining about Jaehyun, you're always spinning like a top. Mom has come home and played chess and had dinner with Dad. Jaehyun also asked a few questions, so everything is okay? The mother only sighed and recounted, nothing too bad happened to me, but a few days ago, someone threw eggs at your brother's car. There are so many weird people in the world. Be careful. Jaehyun smiled and reassured his mother, you don't need to worry about me. I need to pick her up early. There's someone I want to introduce to you. She was quite surprised after hearing this. Who is it? But Jaehyun insisted on keeping it a secret until the last moment. Okay, I'll call you back later. As soon as he finished speaking, his mother hung up. The guy sat silently for a few seconds. Then he put on a very elegant suit. And he didn't forget to bring the proposal ring. After preparing everything, Jaehyun quickly left the house. He always imagined a happy family with Young-oh and their unborn child. He couldn't imagine how lovely the child would be if it looked like you. And one day he would let our child print their first footprints on the white snow of the first season. He would teach them how to ride a bike, holding their hand. Holding them tightly to avoid all the cruelty of the world, he would look at them carefully and say that he loves them with all his life. Jaehyun pressed the down button to open the elevator. Finally, the guy managed to get out of the apartment. On the way to the car, he always looked at the watch. I'm not late, am I? While walking normally, suddenly there was a loud breaking sound, making Jaehyun curious to turn his head to look. The bright light of the headlights shone directly on his face. Everything happened too quickly, so Jaehyun didn't have time to react. And the car still rushed towards him at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, Jihan was lying on the ground. The impact caused a severe head injury. Syrup kept pouring out like a waterfall. No, this can't happen. Suddenly there were footsteps approaching Jihan lying down. He wore a baseball cap covering his face. That person suddenly asked Jihan, "Have you ever heard the name?" The guy was confused, not understanding what was going on. Before he could understand the situation, the stranger left. Jihan tried to use the last of his weak strength to beg him, "Don't, please save me." But in response to his plea was a loud roar of the engine. He brought his trembling hands closer to his coat pocket. It seemed he didn't have enough strength anymore. "It's not good, I haven't picked you up yet. What if you cry? I just want to be a place you can lean on. I want to have a happy life with you. What if you give up our child just because of me?" "But that's right, it's hard to raise a child alone. I love you, Young. Oh, why didn't I tell you?" Even though he was in a critical situation, Jihan always cared about the girl he loved. Outside the emergency room, Jihan's mother kept crying and calling his name in extreme pain. The mother sobbed and complained about fate. "Why did this happen to my Jihan?" A group of police suddenly appeared and announced to her, "Sorry to bother you, we are from the Yongsan police station." "Are you Young Jihan's mother?" she asked, raising her tear-streaked face to look at the police officer. The police officer shared some more information about the case with the family. "The surveillance camera of that building was out of order, so we haven't found any clues yet. But instead, we were able to collect information about the license plate of the criminal from the black box. The hit and run was recorded, so we can trace the suspect's identity from there." The mother tremblingly grabbed the police officer's hand and said, "Please catch him, make sure to detain that person." The police asked her a few more questions. "The suspect's name is Kim Jin-gu. I don't know if you've ever heard of this name." Suddenly, a strange girl appeared and asked, "Are you detectives? I am a witness to that accident. I just moved into the office apartment that day, and when I went down to the parking lot, I witnessed everything." After reporting everything to the police, the girl hurriedly ran to Jihan's mother and knelt down, saying, "Mom, I'm Yunbai. I'm Jihan's friend, Chai Yunyap's sister. Do you remember me? I went to study in the US and transferred to Jihan's university. I just came back today." The mother vaguely remembered this girl, Yunbai. "So you're that Yunbai?" Unable to control her emotions, she hugged her tightly and sobbed, "Yunbai, what should I do?" The girl gently patted her to calm her down. "Mom, don't worry too much, his surgery will be fine. I'll go to the police station and come back here later. You should go home. I'll be here until the surgery is complete. I'll call you when it's done." At the police station, Yunbai reported everything she had witnessed to the police. The criminal was a man, his clothes and hat were all black. Estimated height of about 180 centimeters, his voice was quite deep. A serious voice rang out, "Kim Jin-gu has been caught." Hearing this, Yunbai stood up nervously to see the perpetrator's face. As soon as that name flashed across her face, she suddenly screamed and confirmed, "That's him, that's the criminal." He struggled and resisted. "What are you saying? Why are you doing this to me?" Yunbai ignored those words, pointed directly at his face, and said fiercely, "This voice is unmistakable, not even a slight deviation." The man was startled and asked, "Do you know me?" Outside the hospital, the police officer had a private meeting with Jihan's mother and updated her on some information. "Thanks to Chai Yunbai's testimony, we were able to catch the criminal immediately. I hope your son recovers soon. These are his things." The mother reached out and took her son's belongings. Returning to the hospital room, she was always by Jihan's bedside. Her face always showed a faint sadness. She gently used Jihan's fingerprint to unlock the phone. As soon as it turned on, dozens of messages from Young-oh appeared. Her expression gradually changed after reading the messages. "Where are you? We were supposed to meet at 3 o'clock, what happened? I can't contact you, I'm very worried. If you see the message, call me back immediately. Has something happened? Is it serious? Please answer me, please contact me, don't make me worry like this anymore." He said he wanted to go to the hospital together. After many days of waiting, Young-oh finally received a reply from Jihan, "Don't contact me anymore." After reading that harsh message, Young-oh began to feel uneasy. She paced back and forth in the room with a lot of thoughts in her head. Is this all he can write after 3 days? No way, he's not that kind of person. Something was very strange. Without a word, Young-oh put on her coat and quickly left. At Jihan's apartment, the mother stared at the picture on the shelf and then remembered what he had said on that fateful day. "There's someone I want to introduce to you, Mom." It turned out that this mother had bad impressions of Young-oh from the beginning. Lee Young-oh, a third-year university student, she's not even from a normal family. She's the child of a single mother. Are you going to bring her home to meet me? She crumpled the photo of Young-oh and Jaehyun together. Outside the hallway, Young-oh's voice suddenly rang out, "Appa, it's me, are you in there?" The mother slowly opened the door to welcome the guest. Young-oh was startled and panicked when she met Jaehyun's mother here. She stared at her with a murderous look. Young-oh also became flustered. "I'm sorry, is this not Young Jaehyun's house?" She immediately asked, "Are you Lee Young-oh?" The girl nodded in response, "Yes." She stood with her arms crossed and introduced herself, "I am Jaehyun's mother, come in." The mother glanced at Young-oh with a hateful look. Seeing her actions, she secretly despised her. She immediately took off her shoes when told to come in. She really grew up without a father. Seeing Jaehyun's mother's serious expression, Young-oh was scared and sweated profusely. She politely bowed and said, "Hello, I'm very happy to meet you." Before she could finish her sentence, she interrupted her. "What the hell are you doing, trying to open other people's doors?" Young-oh gently explained, "Jaehyun told me the password before." She snapped back, "The password has been changed. If you keep trying and can't get it, shouldn't you give up?" She worriedly asked, "I'm sorry, but has something happened to Jaehyun? I'm very worried about him." Her concern for him made the mother even more angry. She couldn't hold back anymore and said bluntly, "How long are you going to bother Jaehyun for? I've been wondering how much of a nuisance that person is that Jaehyun has to complain to me. If you understand, then don't look for him anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Seeing this, Young-oh quickly ran after her and grabbed her hand. "Mom, please, can you let me call him just one more time?" She decisively shook off Young-oh's hand and shouted loudly, "Who allowed you to call me mom?" "Because of you, my son." Her lips trembled uncontrollably. Jaehyun's mother used her last bit of kindness to warn Young-oh, "Leave while I'm still being nice and don't bother Jaehyun anymore." This request left Young-oh stunned. At the hospital where Jaehyun was being treated, his mother was always sitting by his side, confiding in him. The surgery was a great success. "So why haven't you woken up yet? It's been 2 weeks. Didn't you say you would never let me worry?" Yoonbai shyly appeared at the door of the hospital room. "Mom?" As soon as she saw her, her mood brightened up a bit. "Oh my, you're here, Yoonbai." She sat down and began to ask, "Have you rested at all, Mom?" She tried to smile brightly and said, "I'm fine." But Yoonbai was still very worried. "Don't be like that, you'll faint at this rate. At least you have to get some nutrition in your body, so I asked a doctor I know to make it for you." She still firmly reassured her, "I'm really okay." Yoonbai was determined to coax Jaehyun's mother to go home and rest. "I think he'll wake up today. I bet he'll look for you first when he opens his eyes, so you have to look at him with a face full of energy." She smiled happily when she met such an understanding girl. "She's so smart. I heard Yoonbai is the daughter of Judge Choi Seobok. She even received an excellent scholarship. Jaehyun should date someone like this." She turned her head and smiled at Yoonbai. "Okay, I'll listen to you then." She happily replied, "Yes, Mom, be careful on your way." She didn't forget to wave goodbye to Jaehyun's mother. Yoonbai suddenly became more cheerful. She put her handbag on the cabinet. Then she kept praising Jaehyun's manly beauty. "How can you be so handsome?" Yoonbai sat and admired his handsome face for hours without getting bored. "Should I steal a kiss? He won't know anyway." Just as she was about to act, a sudden voice rang out, startling her, so unexpected. Yoonbai was furious that someone dared to ruin her good deed. "You almost made me faint, Park Sung-gyu." He curiously asked Yoonbai, "Why are you so surprised? Don't we meet often?" This is Park Sung-gyu, Jaehyun's high school friend, as well as when he was in the military, the person Yoon-yup extremely hates, and of course, so do I. Yoonbai sighed and turned to talk to him. "Why are you here, Park Sung-gyu?" He casually replied, "What other reason would I be here for? Of course, to visit a friend." "That's right, something is very strange. Jaehyun's accident happened at 1:10, but the call to report the discovery came at 1:30. Moreover, the caller was a man." Hearing this, Yoonbai was a little startled. Sung-gyu felt a little curious, so he asked Yoonbai, "You said you were a witness to the incident. But you didn't report it immediately, did you?" She tried to remain calm and explained to Sung-gyu, "My phone was out of battery, otherwise I would have reported it as soon as possible." Hearing this, he felt even more unreasonable. "If the phone was out of battery, you could have run to the support room to borrow a phone to call." Yoonbai suddenly sat up in a panic. Jaehyun began to have unusual reactions. Sung-gyu and Yoonbai immediately called his name loudly. The guy took off the ventilator himself. As soon as he saw his best friend wake up, Sung-gyu teared up and asked, "Jaehyun, can you see me? Do you recognize me?" He looked at Sung-gyu with blank eyes. Then he gently asked, "Who is it?" Sung-gyu was stunned. He tried to ask again, "You don't know me?" "Park Sung-gyu, we went to the same high school and university, and I was your squad leader in the military. We've always been close, even when you were discharged. You really can't remember anything? Are you kidding me?" Jaehyun asked blankly, "The military? I went to the military?" Upon hearing the news that her son had woken up, the mother rushed to the hospital. She kept asking Jaehyun, "Are you okay? Can you talk? Do you know how worried I was?" Just because. Suddenly, Jaehyun's face became distorted, looking very painful. After receiving the doctor's diagnosis, she could only stand in the hallway with a sad expression. It seems that his memory from about 3 years ago has disappeared. He can only remember everything until he was 23 years old. Restoring his memory is the top priority. The family should try not to stress him too much. Yoonbi approached and tremblingly called her Mom. As soon as she saw her, Jaehyun's mother couldn't control her emotions and turned to respond, "Yoonbi. The doctor said that his memory from 3 years ago is gone. It's unclear whether those memories can come back or not." As she spoke, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Hearing this, Yoonbi was equally shocked. "Then he must have forgotten me too, right? Oh, maybe Mom doesn't know yet. Jaehyun was quite sweet to me. He said that we would become a couple when we returned to Korea, but he probably doesn't remember anything anymore." Her face lit up again when she heard this good story. "Isn't that great? You two can start over." Yoonbi shyly asked, "Do you really think so, Mom?" She replied without thinking, "Of course." Inside Jaehyun's hospital room, he sat on the hospital bed with a dazed expression. The mother came in and asked, "Are you awake? How do you feel?" He turned to reply, "Okay, I guess." Seeing her son like this, she couldn't hide the sadness that was clearly on her face. To make the atmosphere more cheerful, Jaehyun's mother changed to another topic. "So you've met Yoonbi before, haven't you? When you were unconscious, she came to take care of you every day." Fortunately, Jaehyun still remembered a little about her, Yoonyap's sister. She happily confirmed, "That's right, and also, do you remember this? Yoonbi said you liked her very much. Before you went to study abroad, you even wanted to date when you returned to Korea." After hearing her tell the story, he found it strange. "Really? That's weird, because Yoonyap's sister isn't my type." Jaehyun's mother immediately said a few good words for Yoonbi. "She's just a little quiet, but she's very pretty and kind. She's also very thoughtful to me." Suddenly, Jaehyun's headache came again. Seeing his uncomfortable expression, the mother was also very worried. "What's wrong? Does your head hurt again?" She could only sit and watch her son go through the pain without being able to help him. After a while, Jaehyun turned to reassure his mother, "I'm okay. It's just that I have a feeling that I've forgotten something very important." One day, Young-oh went to the hospital alone for a regular prenatal checkup. Seeing other people with their husbands taking care of them, Young-oh felt even more lonely. In order not to let anyone see her at her weakest, she quickly turned around and burst into tears. She had to vomit every day because of the baby in her belly. At times like this, Young-oh could only lie on the bed in exhaustion. Suddenly, the phone rang. As soon as she looked at the caller's name, she realized in a panic that it was Jaehyun calling. Young-oh forgot all her fatigue and sat up, saying, "Hello Appa." On the other end of the line, a voice asked, "Lee Young-oh?" Her eyes teared up again. It's really his voice. She said in a reproachful tone, "Why didn't you contact me? What happened? Do you know how worried I was?" Jaehyun politely replied, "Thank you, I'm fine." Young-oh got out of bed and worriedly asked, "Where are you?" "I'll come right away." Just when she thought they would be happy together again, Jaehyun said something that left her completely stunned. "I heard that Mom came to talk to you on my behalf. Everything is over, right?" She asked blankly, "What?" Jaehyun said bluntly, "That's enough to clarify the situation, right? It would be very troublesome if you continue to call me, so can you stop this? You don't want to ruin other people's lives, do you? If you continue to contact me, you better prepare yourself for the consequences." Young-oh tremblingly asked, "Consequences?" Jaehyun didn't explain anything further. He just sighed and said goodbye. "I'll assume that you understand, so I'll hang up now. Take care." Young-oh still couldn't believe what had just happened. "No way. This can't be real." She tremblingly called Jaehyun again. This must be a joke. The whole sky in Young-oh collapsed completely when Jaehyun didn't answer her phone even once. "The subscriber you are calling is temporarily unavailable. Please leave a message after the beep." Time passed quickly. Today is the first birthday of my child, the child said mama for the first time. I don't know where she learned it from, but sometimes she even says dada. Jihan, our little girl can run now. Today, she's going to kindergarten, she's very curious and eats very well. She also likes to touch my face, and sometimes hums cheerful nursery rhymes. Do you know that next year Yena will be in first grade? She is a lovely, cute and has many friends. Although she lacks the love of her father, Yena is still bright as the morning sun. I don't want to wait for you anymore. Outside the park, the little girl curiously asked her mother, Mom, why is there a toy vending machine here? Why did people put this here, Mom? This is the lovely little girl Liena. The little girl stubbornly asked her mother to explain it to her. Mom, why? Why? Young-oh chuckled and asked, Yena, are you asking that because you really want to know or because you want something in here? Be honest. Yena made a clever face and replied, because I want a toy. Young-oh had no choice but to give in to her. Okay, just one, okay? You're already so tricky at just 5 years old, just like someone. Then she gave Yena a few coins and told her, listen to Mom, just take one, okay? Yena happily ran to the machine and put the coins in. She quickly turned the control knob, and a random egg fell out. Yena smiled brightly and showed it to her mother. Mom, look, it dropped right what I wanted. Young-oh was quite surprised. Yena likes this? The little girl smiled brightly and replied, yes, it looks like a ghost stone, one black and one white. Seeing her daughter have such mature hobbies, she felt happy in her heart. Young-oh sighed and told Yena, okay, put it in your bag and remember not to play with it outside. The little girl obediently followed. The hope that one day he would contact me has disappeared. Now that I think about it, he never said he loved me. I am happy with my current life, because God brought Yena to me. As soon as she got home, Yena called out to her grandmother, Grandma. She happily came out to greet her beloved granddaughter. My little princess is back, come sit down and eat. So the three of them sat down to have dinner together and talked lively. It's very delicious, Mom. Really? At the same time, Yena glanced at her mother as if she had a sneaky plan. Just as she was about to put the ball on the table, Young-oh quickly stopped her. Yena. I told you not to play with food. The little girl made a pouty face and replied, I'm sorry. The grandmother sat on the side, smiling at Yena's cuteness. Then she thoughtfully picked up a lot of food for her granddaughter. My little puppy should eat this too. Seeing the grandmother always spoil her granddaughter like that, Young-oh sighed and told her, Mom, let her do it herself. But she quickly retorted, but if you leave her alone, she won't eat. Hearing this, Yena immediately flattered her. It's okay, Grandma, just seeing Mom eat well makes me feel full. Before Yena's sweet words, both of them burst out laughing. I don't know what to say to this little puppy. After finishing dinner, Young-oh helped her mother clean up the dirty dishes on the table. Before she knew it, she snatched them away and told her, go inside quickly, you have to prepare for tomorrow's work. The girl asked blankly, what do I need to prepare for? The mother worriedly said, after all, it's the first day with the boss. Young-oh didn't have any worries at all and quickly helped her mother wash all the dirty dishes in the kitchen. I just need to relax, so please rest, Mom. The mother could only look at Young-oh with affectionate eyes. Early the next morning, she quickly left the house. I'm leaving. The mother didn't forget to remind her daughter, be careful, remember to eat lunch properly. Young-oh smiled brightly, hoping for a smooth day. On the way, she had a phone conversation with her boss. Yes, department head, I'm on my way. He immediately said, Assistant Lee, I plan to go to Gangnam. Hearing this, she was a little confused. Aren't we going to the headquarters in Ivory Planning? The department head announced a shocking news to her. The company has been sold to Max Planning. The official announcement was from yesterday, didn't you see it? Young-oh stood still for a long time. Everything happened quite quickly, so I was assigned to Max Planning without having to rewrite the labor contract. It's a little surprising, but I think I'll get used to it soon. Max Planning treats assistants much better. Anyway, I'll be moving there sooner or later, there's nothing to be afraid of. At Max Planning, Young-oh stood and carefully read the information board posted in the lobby. An advertising company owned by the Sohyang organization. At first, I thought I would be working at Ivory Planning, but then it was changed to Max Planning. Is that a good thing? Anyway, it's a big company and close to home too. Suddenly, a man approached and called her name, Lee Young-oh. The girl turned her head in a panic and replied, yes. The man greeted her with a smile, nice to meet you, I'm Park Sung-gyu, from the Human Resources Department of Max Planning. She replied awkwardly, hello. Then Gyu turned to say to his superior, team leader, this is our new content creator Lee Young-oh. She smiled brightly and introduced herself. Nice to meet you, I'm Song Miran, team leader 2 of the production department. Young-oh also politely shook hands. Nice to meet you. She secretly felt that she seemed very easygoing. The two of them went inside the elevator together. During that time, Miran took the opportunity to confide in Young-oh a little. You must feel quite confused when transferring from Ivory planning to here, right? She also honestly shared, yes, a little bit. Miran also did not hesitate to say, there is still no content creator in the team, that's why I sent a request for this area urgently. Young-oh followed behind the team leader. An eerily silent atmosphere was enveloping the entire office. Miran also found it strange. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? This is our new person, come here Assistant Lee Young-oh. Seeing that no one was too enthusiastic, Miran had to shout to get attention. Everyone, pay attention here. She is the new member of our team, her name is Lee Young-oh. The content creator of the team. This is the graphic designer Song Ki-hoon. He gave a bright smile and greeted Young-oh. Miran continued to introduce, over there is the deputy program director Park Young-kwang. He also waved to her. That's also the designer Go Yoonju. This person had a cold appearance, she turned to nod and said, nice to meet you. Yoonju's attitude made Young-oh a little startled, she doesn't look very comfortable. However, she tried to remain calm and replied, I'm looking forward to working with everyone. Team leader Miran also kindly led Young-oh to her desk. This is your workspace, let Song Ki-hoon introduce you to everyone in the company later. He immediately agreed. The bustling atmosphere suddenly disappeared again, everyone continued their work. Miran found it a little strange, so she whispered to Ki-hoon, what happened? I feel like the atmosphere has been tense since morning. He replied softly, Director Jong is here. Aren't you going to see him? Hearing this, Miran turned to Young-oh and said, oh, you don't have to greet everyone. Let's go for now, Assistant Lee. Although she was a bit curious, she could only follow along. During break time, Miran and Young-oh took a walk around the company. Taking the opportunity, the team leader also gave her some advice. Actually, the director is even scarier than the CEO. It's only been a week since he came here. Miran said with a serious expression, he's the chairman's son. Young-oh widened her eyes and replied, I understand. Coincidentally, the director Miran had just told her about was also there. Young-oh thought to herself, the chairman's son, he and I must belong to different worlds. Suddenly, Young-oh stopped abruptly. The director's face was clearly visible in front of her. Young-oh was extremely shocked to recognize that familiar face. Fate is truly a trickster. He's here. Young-oh's heart rate increased unexpectedly. She kept staring at the director, that body. That face, the person I couldn't mistake for anyone else. It's the father of Young Jae-hyun's child. Countless questions appeared in her mind. Why is he here? Jae-hyun walked slowly towards Young-oh. The closer he got, the more Young-oh's heart raced. Her hands and feet also began to feel weak. Unable to withstand this shock, Young-oh's entire body began to stagger, unable to stand firm. Just as she fell backward, Jae-hyun managed to grab her arm in time. They both looked into each other's eyes. No one could have imagined that Young-oh and Jae-hyun, after years of no contact, would meet again in this situation. I've imagined this happening once or twice, that one day we'd accidentally see each other. Every time, I reminded myself. I absolutely cannot be sad when I see you. After hundreds of thousands of times, it's still too much for me. Young-oh's body began to tremble violently, and the suppressed emotions seemed to burst out. Looking at the figure in front of her, Jae-hyun gave her a cold look. The two just stood there looking at each other for a long time. Miran was flustered, not knowing what to do. Finally, she had to break the terrifying silence. Miran introduced enthusiastically, Director, this is the new content creator of Production Team 2. She's Assistant Deputy Lee Young-oh. Jae-hyun was slightly surprised, a new person? Nice to meet you, he extended his hand forward to shake hers. By the way, my name is Young Jae-hyun. Seeing his cold and calm demeanor, Young-oh's eyes flashed with disappointment and then bewilderment. Is this your answer? In another noisy place, Dobin's scream echoed, and the boy pleaded helplessly, no, don't. I don't want to go in. I don't want to go to school. Dobin struggled with his mother, determined not to enter the classroom. His mother nagged immediately, I'll teach you a lesson when we get home. Dobin's mother began to complain, you were the one who said it would be fun to be on TV. Dobin gloomily hid in a corner. His mother continued to grumble, you insisted on joining the class from the beginning, and I paid for you to participate. Why are you changing your mind now? Dobin was very upset, but it was all his fault, so he had to endure it. He reluctantly followed his mother to the classroom, although he was still crying. At the classroom door, his mother encouraged Dobin and promised him a reward if he behaved well. "Honey, just 30 minutes, okay? If you go inside and sit and study for 30 minutes, I'll let you play games for 30 minutes when we get home." At this time, Dobin wiped away his tears, feeling a little happier, but still whined, "An hour." His mother sighed and agreed to the request. "Okay, then go inside quickly." Dobin obediently listened. His mother solved the first difficult problem, but she couldn't help but feel sad. It's always like this, always having to use video games as bait. Am I a good mother? Inside the Go classroom, Dobin sat in a corner sobbing, ignoring the fact that the other children were all practicing together. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and started talking to him. "Hey, don't cry anymore. Look here." The girl pulled up a chair and sat opposite him. Then, she held out her hand, palm down, on the table and said, "Do this." Dobin didn't understand why, but he obediently did as she said. The girl began to place Go stones on the back of Dobin's hand, 4 black and 1 white. Dobin was confused. "What is this? What are you doing?" The playful girl said, "If you drop them, I'll flick your forehead." Then, she gave a bright smile. Dobin's heart skipped a beat, and his cheeks began to flush. The girl introduced herself, "I'm Liena." "What's your name?" Dobin replied, "Park Dobin." The girl continued, "You go to Orlo kindergarten, right?" Dobin was startled. "How do you know?" Yena said softly, "I saw your name on your backpack yesterday." The more the girl said, the faster Dobin's little heart beat. The fact that she had noticed him since yesterday impressed him even more. "She saw me yesterday?" Yena returned to her own game. "Look, this is a white stone, and that's a black stone." "I know. Which one do you like?" Dobin shyly replied, "Black." Yena took a white stone and placed it in the middle of the Go board. "Then I'll put my stone here to capture yours." "Do you know how to do it?" Dobin focused on thinking. Gently placing several black stones on the Go board, until 4 black stones surrounded the white one. Yena exclaimed in surprise, "So you know how to play?" The girl smiled, her face radiant. "If you know how to play, why were you crying? Don't be a crybaby." At this moment, Cupid officially shot Dobin. His heart skipped a beat. "I'm Park Dobin. I've never met a girl like this in my entire 6 years of life." Outside, Dobin's mother looked anxiously inside. "It's been 30 minutes, but he hasn't come out yet. Could he have been crying since then? Ah, here he is." But contrary to his mother's expectations, Dobin waved goodbye this time. Moreover, his face was brighter, and a smile bloomed on his lips, which surprised his mother. "Hey, he's smiling. My Park Dobin." Dobin ran straight to his mother, radiant as a flower, and shouted loudly. He jumped into his mother's arms and hugged her tightly. Seeing her son so happy, his mother felt relieved. "How was class? Did you have fun?" Dobin replied excitedly, "Yes, I loved it." His mother stroked Dobin's head and asked kindly, "So, what did you have the most fun with?" Dobin blushed and shyly asked his mother, "Mom, what are the signs that you've fallen in love with Dad?" His mother chuckled softly. "Oh my gosh, you even know about that?" Dobin nodded and smiled slightly. "Yes, because I felt that way today." His mother and Dobin left. The boy said excitedly, "Mom, from now on, I'll go to school diligently every day." Back at the company, Jihan focused on reading the report. But he still couldn't read it. "Why does that bother me so much? What's the name of the content creator from Team 2? The image of the girl he met that morning still made him think. She gives me a strange, rather uncomfortable feeling. At this time, a knock on the door suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Miran entered and nodded slightly to greet the director. "This is the list of candidates." Jihan reached out to receive the documents from Mira. Skimming through a few pages. Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, "That new content creator. Did she have a health checkup before joining the company?" Jihan handed back the file. Mira received the question, which confused her. "Of course, it's mandatory." Jihan then said, "She looks like she could collapse at any moment. It seems like there's a problem with her health." Miran was flustered because after leaving the director, Young-Oh immediately became radiant. Maybe it's because of the director, but who would say that directly? Miran changed the subject. Maybe it's because she was too nervous. She looks quite outstanding, so. Jaehyun's expression suddenly became serious. He said sternly, does this seem like I'm joking? Miran was startled and stood still as a statue. Jaehyun immediately made a request, call assistant Lee Young-oh here right now. In the office, Young-oh was listening to a new colleague explain how to work on the computer. To submit your work, you can put it in the company's shared folder. It's quite convenient because you just have to drag it in. Young-oh nodded. Continuing to ask, at my old company, we used cloud storage. Aren't you worried about security? Ki-hoon immediately explained, that's why we have folder passwords. Young-oh was surprised, as if enlightened. Oh, passwords. Thank you, Ki-hoon. I've learned a lot. Ki-hoon was flustered. I've only shown you everything I know. After all, I've only been here for 3 months. At this time, Miran suddenly came to them. One side was happy and normal, while the other side, Mira, was a dark abyss. She called out, Assistant Deputy Lee Young-oh, Director Young is calling for you. Young-oh was surprised. Miran turned around and walked away listlessly. Don't mind me, let's go together. Young-oh looked at her faltering gait, feeling somewhat worried. She hurriedly ran to stop her. Team leader, I can go by myself. Miran shook her head and said, it's okay. I'll go with you, but be careful. It'll be quite terrible. Miran trembled and raised her hand in a thumbs up. Let's go. Seeing her pale face and hearing her reminder, Young-oh suddenly felt uneasy. Why? Soon, she hurried after the team leader, he looks like he doesn't know me at all. Is he planning to ask me to quit? Tell me to get lost because I'm interfering with his life? Miran knocked on the door. Then, she pushed the door open and entered. Director, I brought Assistant Lee Young-oh here. Jaehyun stood up. Then, he walked over to Young-oh. Are you okay? Young-oh was surprised. At this time, Jaehyun explained, earlier, when we met, you seemed quite uncomfortable. Young-oh didn't understand even more, her face blank. Jaehyun continued to scold, hitting her sore spot. You applied for Ivory Planning but ended up in Max Planning. You're disappointed that you didn't get into the company you wanted, right? Because Max Planning is better in every way. Young-oh began to feel uncomfortable. Why did he call me up here and rant about this? Jaehyun asked the decisive question, can you do this job well? Young-oh sighed and replied casually, yes. Jaehyun smiled slightly. Mocking her, I thought you would answer better since you're in the creative field. Young-oh hesitated, thinking, did he bring me up here just to tease me? Young-oh replied angrily, when I'm working, I'll be different. I'll do my best. Only then did Jaehyun happily let her go. Okay, I'm looking forward to the results you bring. In the afternoon, when the sun had flooded in. As Jaehyun was about to put on his vest to leave, a knock on the door suddenly rang. Sung-gyu peeked his head in and asked, Director, are you planning to go home? Jaehyun said helplessly, please act normal. Sung-gyu entered and continued happily, I'm still not used to it. It feels like you're out of my reach, Director. Jaehyun suddenly suggested, should I transfer you somewhere else so you can get used to it? Sung-gyu was shocked. What? Seriously? Jaehyun then gave a sly smile. Seeing that sly face, Sung-gyu was furious. Hey, I got a heart attack because of you. Don't joke with me like that. Every time you say that, I always think you're being extremely serious. Jaehyun listened to those nagging words. Suddenly, he asked back, is it really that scary when I say that? Sung-gyu exploded and shouted, of course. It's even scarier when you ask like that. Jaehyun was slightly sad and lowered his head, mumbling, so I'm really scary. Sung-gyu was surprised. What? What's wrong? Jaehyun explained, the employees. The two entered the elevator and continued their conversation. Oh, I know Assistant Deputy Lee Young-oh. She works in content creation. Is something wrong? Jaehyun said calmly, her face turned pale when she saw me. Sung-gyu sighed and frowned. Do you think there are only 1 or 2 people like that? Suddenly, Sung-gyu thought in another direction. Wait, he saw her face. Young Jaehyun, I know. Sung-gyu said in a suggestive tone, I understand. My friend, that assistant is pretty, isn't she? Jaehyun coldly ignored him and changed the subject. Did you bring the car out yet? Seeing his friend not answering, Sung-gyu smiled even brighter. I bet something happened. Look at the way he's avoiding the question. Just as the elevator opened, Sung-gyu changed the topic. What are you going to do? If you don't have anything to do you want to come to my house? Why should I go there? Sung-gyu explained, your mother, the supreme being, told me to invite you out to play sometimes. You have to get along with your family so you can get married quickly. Jaehyun was bored. Why do you have to care about those words? Just pretend to listen to her. Sung-gyu sighed again. There was no way to deal with him. Pretend? Do you think I'm like you? Jaehyun said goodbye to Sung-gyu, I'm leaving first. He walked out to the driver who was waiting. The only life I have to pretend is the life I don't regret losing 3 years to. Is the life where I just have to maintain everything as it is without effort. I'm living such a bland life. Jaehyun returned to the cold house, turning on the lights for some light. He took off his vest and tie and threw them casually on the chair, gently placing his watch on them. The image of Lee Young-oh appeared in his head again. Jaehyun suddenly thought, I'll say I like women with longer hair more. Is it because of her name? Jaehyun took out a bottle of medicine. He always had a strange obsession with 12 o'clock. He took the medicine, thinking about exactly 12 o'clock kept appearing in his head. Young-oh, Lee Young-oh. Jaehyun walked out listlessly, collapsing onto the chair, closing his eyes to rest for a bit. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound outside the door. The sound of someone entering. Jaehyun opened his eyes slightly. The woman entered. Jaehyun widened his eyes. What a surprise, the person in front of him was the person he had been thinking about, Lee Young-oh. Jaehyun stammered, what's wrong? What are you doing here? Young-oh pursed her lips, unable to hold back her emotions. She rushed towards him quickly. Then, she hugged Jaehyun tightly. Young-oh looked up at him. Then, she slowly moved closer, placing a kiss on his lips that she had been holding back for so long. Jaehyun was dazed, still not understanding what was happening. But subconsciously, he responded to her. Jaehyun lifted Young-oh onto his body, pushing her down on the chair. Suddenly, he fell off the chair. Jaehyun opened his eyes. Panting, it turned out to be just a dream. Jaehyun looked around from the bedroom to the kitchen, there was no one there. Jaehyun blamed himself, I'm crazy. You're going crazy, Jaehyun. Young-oh, while walking on the empty road, was angry with the thought, why are there such strange people in the world? Did he really call me up to the office just to say that? After returning home, her mind was still lingering with the thought, that's not the young Jaehyun I used to know. No, certainly the young Jaehyun from then on was fake. I didn't even know he was the young chairman of an entire corporation. Whatever, I don't care. Perhaps because I had Yena, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the welcome hug of her little daughter. Young-oh also quickly responded to the girl with a gentle voice, Mommy's little princess. Her mother was also shouting from the small kitchen, aren't you supposed to work overtime today? Young-oh nodded in confirmation, yes, it's my first day. Then she didn't forget to examine her daughter, how was Mommy's Yena today, was school fun? The girl also responded with an enthusiastic attitude, Mom, today I made a new friend at school. This information made Young-oh feel very surprised and asked back, do you even know what friends are? Are you already best friends? Yena immediately shook her head to correct. Not yet, he doesn't know anything about Go. Young-oh at this time also gently explained, then you should show him, what's his name? Yena immediately gave the answer. Park Do-bin, making her happily ask more, is it a boy? Then Yena continued the story with another piece of information, both yesterday and today, his mother came to school. I think she'll come tomorrow too. Seeing the current appearance of the girl, Young-oh hurriedly asked, are you jealous of friend Do-bin? But the girl immediately responded, no. Yena hesitated for a moment and then frankly admitted, actually, there is a little. This made Young-oh feel extremely guilty, Mommy's princess, I'm sorry, it's not that I've never thought how much easier everything would be if your father was here. But, didn't he recognize that I had his child? Or does he think I abandoned the baby? He must have many other women, right? Surely, he's the kind of person who would open his heart to anyone, should I give up? Early the next morning, while Jaehyun was eating with his parents, involuntarily, he reached out and kneaded his shoulders, causing his mother to suddenly feel worried, what's wrong, son, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Jaehyun also immediately gave a perfunctory reason, I just didn't get enough sleep, secretly muttering to himself while remembering what happened yesterday, I can't say I left the sofa when I was asleep. His father also deliberately gave a reminder, you should keep a calm state when standing in front of employees. Dad doesn't want to cause any misunderstandings. How's the new job, is it worth it? As soon as he heard this, he spoke up to confirm, "It's fine." His strictness made Jaehyun's mother hurriedly interrupt, "Honey, Jaehyun hasn't been home for a long time, and all you can talk about is work." "Oh, Yunbai also works at the company with you." Her words did not receive attention from Jaehyun as he was evading the topic. "What about my brother?" Jaehyun's father also happily announced, "I heard he was sent on a sudden business trip." After returning to the living room, he felt extremely empty. "I'd always feel very strange every time I go home to my parents. My childhood memories are very clear, but I don't remember anything from the last 7 years." Since realizing that, I felt like I was struck by lightning. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a loud call. "Son, what are you doing?" Jaehyun turned his head and answered, "Just messing around, Dad, what's up?" She replied in a gentle tone, "He just left for work. Mom told Dad to tell you, but he seemed to be in a hurry." Jaehyun quickly said goodbye, "Then I should go too." But when she nodded in agreement, "Okay, be careful," he suddenly called out, "Mom. The 3 years of my lost memories." "What happened?" Jaehyun's mother's face suddenly changed. Then she forced a smile and explained, "You went to the military." Nothing special happened. Causing Jaehyun to quickly fall into thought, so that's probably the reason. She quickly advised her son, "Losing your memory simply means you don't have to worry about the past anymore." Then Jaehyun's mother came to his side again. With a whisper, "Do you remember? You used to have a small mark right here. Mom can know what you're thinking by looking at it. Every time you feel bad, it turns red." He quickly confirmed after hearing this information, "I remember, that's why I use my hair to cover it up, because it's quite uncomfortable for me to have my thoughts red." At this time, she deliberately reminded him, "If you're having any problems, can you tell Mom?" Jaehyun happily agreed to reassure his mother, "I understand." She quickly gave him a warm hug, "Mom loves you. You are all I have." After arriving at the company, Young-oh secretly complained, "I couldn't sleep at all last night, but I still have to go to work." Her colleague greeted her warmly, "Good morning," making Young-oh feel better. "Ki-hoon, you're here early today too?" He replied with a bright smile, "Yes, I'm still new anyway. Would you like to go to the break room with me? I can show you how to use the coffee machine." Young-oh nodded in agreement after hearing the offer, "Sure, wait for me to put some things down first." While she was rearranging things in her bag, she heard a familiar voice, "Guess who we have here?" "Young-oh, is that really you? Do you remember me?" "Young-oh, it's me, Chaeun Bin." She immediately replied, "I remember you, Chaeun Bin. There's no way I could forget you." She was still very happy, "It's great to see you again. How have you been?" Young-oh had to politely reply, "I'm fine." "Do you work here too?" Bin friendly took her hand, "Yes, I work in content creation." "So you're the assistant production manager. How long have you been working here?" When Young-oh answered, "Only about a year," Bin exclaimed in surprise, "Really? What have you been doing?" She paused for a moment, then continued to boast, "I'm already a manager here." Young-oh and Yunbai were classmates throughout the first year of high school. She always asked her about the things she brought to class. "Do you like it, Young-oh?" "I never touch it." Although she tried to refuse, "No, thanks. I don't wear makeup." Yunbai kept pulling her, "You're already pretty, so if you wear makeup, you'll look like an angel. And this is a branded item." But Young-oh continued to refuse, "Thank you, I really don't need it." Her classmates spoke up, "She doesn't need it, Yunbai." But Young-oh's attitude didn't change with her final words, "Sorry." That was the only time she talked to Yunbai. A few days later, while getting food in the cafeteria, Young-ho called out, "Mom," but she signaled him to be quiet. Young-ho's mother was working in the kitchen, which caught Yunbai's attention and she secretly watched them. Then she quickly went to get food. Young-ho's mother, despite being exhausted from the hot working environment, cheerfully wished Yunbai, "Enjoy your meal." Unexpectedly, she was met with a harsh attitude, "Hey, you. How can you blatantly scoop food with those wet hands? You have to change your gloves." Young-oh's mother, though a little surprised, quickly complied, "I'm sorry, I'll change them and get you another tray. However, I used my sleeve to wipe, not my hands. Anyway, I'm very sorry. Enjoy your meal." Yunbai committed an outrageous act by deliberately spilling the soup. The loud noise caused Young-oh to look up. The cafeteria became noisy, causing the manager to appear immediately and question, "What's going on?" A friend of Yunbai deliberately accused Young-oh's mother. She threw the soup at Yunbai after he gave her advice on hygiene issues. Although her mother tried to explain, "No, it's a misunderstanding," she still made an unreasonable request, "Apologize." You're an adult, you shouldn't act like this. You should apologize like a responsible adult. Young-oh, unable to watch any longer, angrily left the table. But her steps suddenly stopped. When she saw her mother constantly shaking her head, she whispered, "Don't come here," causing Young-oh to bite her lip and try to endure. Her mother bowed her head with respect. "I'm sorry." That's how her mother was fired from the cafeteria. In the following days, Young-oh always heard whispers from her classmates. "I heard that the person who pushed Yunbai in the cafeteria was Young-oh's mother. I also heard that she takes leftover food from the cafeteria home. She probably does that to feed him. How disgusting, begging at school." At the same time, Yunbai deliberately spoke up, "Hey, everyone, you shouldn't say that," causing the friends surrounding her to exclaim, "You really forgive her after she hurt you so much?" Yunbai? Chai Yunbai is so nice. Her current confident appearance made Young-oh feel a little uncomfortable. But she politely continued, "So you're a manager." Yunbai still couldn't change her arrogant personality and made a request to her. "That's right, so you should use the proper title. You know that, right? We'll be seeing each other more often. Try to work hard." Even though Yunbai had left, Young-oh still didn't understand what was happening. A discouraged thought appeared in her head, from Jihan to Yunbai, another reason to quit. I should probably write a resignation letter. Then she unexpectedly received a phone call and happily answered, "Yes, this is production team 2. The other end of the line proposed, "I'm Park Sung-gyu, from the HR team. Could you come here for a moment?" Young-oh walked while constantly wondering, why the HR team? She opened the door and entered with a friendly greeting, "Hello," and received a warm welcome. "You're here, Assistant Manager Lee, this way. I don't know if you've heard about this, but there's been a change in your salary. Please have a seat." This information made Young-oh gape in surprise. Sung-gyu cheerfully said, "It's increased. It clearly states the terms and conditions for a salary increase this year. See if it's okay." After looking over the information, Young-oh eagerly asked, "Yes, should I sign here?" Her mood was more excited than ever. This company isn't too bad after all. Unexpectedly, Sung-gyu made another request, "And this is the personal information form that the HR team has prepared. Please fill it out completely." She accepted it while comforting herself. "Just bear with it a little longer, Young-oh." Then her eyes widened in surprise when she discovered the information on the survey. "There's no family information?" Sung-gyu, seeing her questioning eyes, deliberately asked, "Is there a problem?" But she refused his help. "Oh, no." Then a thought appeared in her mind, "That's good. If Jihan didn't investigate, then I don't want him to know anything about Yena. Married yet? I'm still single. That's enough. Honestly, this is also a suitable company for my job. The location is also very convenient. That's right, just stay for a few years." Before she could finish her thought, she saw him standing right in front of her. Her mood became extremely panicked and confused. "Where do I hide?" Young-oh quickly hid in a corner with a shameful thought, "Why do I look like this?" After silently checking for a while, she also discovered that they were carrying out the event that was announced yesterday with the content, announcement from Max Planning, event announcement on May 10th. At 9 o'clock, children from OO Kindergarten will come to visit for a practical experience program. Please act as good role models, do not shout or make careless statements. And be worthy of the children's learning. Seeing his friendly smile as he looked at the children made her feel suspicious. "Jihan, are children also cute in your eyes?" The children's teacher also stepped forward to express her gratitude. "Thank you for the invitation." Jihan happily replied in a humble manner, "You're welcome. I hope this will be beneficial for the children. The conference room is on the upper floor." Then the teacher quickly handed over a gift. "I understand. Oh, and this is? It's just a small gift. We baked it together. The little ones spent all day yesterday making it. We also needed the support of a professional chef, so I'm sure it won't taste too bad. Please eat it with the others. There are also cards written by the little ones." Jihan immediately accepted the gift with a promise, "Thank you. We'll eat it together." Before taking the children to the conference room, the teacher reminded them, "Say goodbye before going upstairs," causing the children to quickly say in unison, "Goodbye, Uncle." Jihan quickly raised his hand to signal. The elevator door closed. Then Jihan intended to turn around and leave. But he stopped after moving a short distance. And threw the bag of cookies into the trash can. This action made Young-oh feel extremely indignant. She quickly rushed out with a loud shout, "Wait." Young-oh decisively grabbed Jihan's hand. Her eyes always looking towards the bag of cookies. With a disappointed thought, is the father of my child this kind of person? Then she loudly questioned, how can you throw them away like that? Jaehyun was stunned for a long time. Then quickly pulled his hand away. For some unknown reason, he touched her hand. Then deliberately held it tightly without letting go. Let's talk for a bit. This action caused Sung-gyu to panic and shout, hey, what's going on? Director, what are you doing here? Please hurry up, you're late. Before pulling Jaehyun away, he didn't forget to say goodbye. Excuse us, Assistant Lee, just me. I'm sorry, I'll contact you later. The two quickly entered the elevator. When only the two of them were left, Sung-gyu began to scold, hey, you scared me to death. You're in big trouble. How could you hold a female employee's hand like that? No matter how much you like her, you can't do that. She's not just any woman, she's Assistant Young-oh. Jaehyun maintained a calm attitude and replied, you were rude to me. While returning to the office, Young-oh couldn't escape the feeling of disappointment. I knew it. Everything he showed all this time was fake. I can't stop feeling upset. She continued to receive a call, production team 2 speaking, and heard a familiar voice, Assistant Lee, it's me, Sung-gyu. You must have been surprised just now. I apologize for his strange behavior. I hope you can forgive him. Although Young-oh outwardly replied cheerfully, oh, yes. It's okay, she felt resentful inside. Why is Sung-gyu the one apologizing? Doesn't Young-oh have a mouth to apologize? Then he continued to explain, actually, I'm Director Young-oh's classmate. We were classmates in high school. He was also my senior, although he probably doesn't remember anything. Therefore, as a friend, I will give him some advice. I will definitely ask him to apologize to you. Young-oh deliberately dissuaded after hearing these words. It's okay, it's not too big of a deal to make a fuss about. I'm fine, really. Before hanging up, Sung-gyu enthusiastically reminded, I understand. Well, feel free to tell me if you encounter any difficulties in the future. I will do my best to help you solve them. After hanging up, Young-oh shuddered in fear. I want to go home. Seeing her appearance, her colleague came to ask, Assistant Lee. I just wanted to remind you not to forget the drinking party at 10 o'clock. See you later, wait for you there. Young-oh felt extremely stressed. Drinking party, that's the celebration party with Yoonbai's team. During the meeting, Young-oh was constantly promoted by the head of the department. The plan for the new product of one liquor will be handled by Team 1 and Team 2. This is our content creator, Assistant Lee Young-oh. Yoonbai enthusiastically greeted after hearing the introduction, you're here. I don't know how to take on all that work. I'm looking forward to working with you. The people in the room continued to discuss. The target audience is office workers in their 20s to 30s, and the idea will be a special fermented barley for me to enjoy after work. Then how about telling the story of a single person? We can make them look sad because they constantly see couples from day to day. Then Team 2 will have a great advantage. Because everyone is single. Ki-hoon immediately asked Young-oh, do you have a boyfriend? She naively replied, not yet. Yoonbai unexpectedly spoke up, I'm probably not suitable for the conversation. The story of living alone is a long time ago. Or should we let Assistant Lee write the main script? The team leader immediately concluded, we will try to further develop what we just discussed. The next meeting will be next Tuesday. Thank you everyone for working hard. Yoonbai then continued to flatter, team leader, you must be very tired. She quickly replied, maybe, I don't feel well either. Oh, right, when are you planning to get married? Yoonbai whispered in the team leader's ear, the thing is. My mom wants to do it this year, but you know, she's very busy, so I'm not sure. Have a nice lunch. After saying goodbye to her, thank you, you too, Manager Chai. The team leader whispered in Young-oh's ear, oh, Assistant Lee. Actually, I was passing by earlier and saw the director holding your hand in front of the elevator. Is it because the director threw away the children's gift? At this time, Young-oh honestly replied, it seems you saw everything. I probably went too far, but I don't think the director did wrong. The team leader explained further, I understand, but you see, his situation is different from ours. Director Young was involved in an accident. The company is trying to keep it quiet, but they said he was seriously injured and has amnesia. He lost 3 years of memories. But that was a few years ago. They said he doesn't even remember going to military service. This information quickly reminded her of the phone call earlier. That's what Sung-gyu said, that he was also my senior in the military, but he probably doesn't remember anything either. Then the team leader continued to analyze. I guess he became more cautious after the accident. Those cookies too, it's hard to blindly trust food made by strangers. Eating it could be risky. Young-oh, trembling, continued to ask, do you know the exact time of the accident? She quickly pulled out her phone to search. Wait a minute. Here it is. Here's a news article about the accident. A hit-and-run accident in a building's parking lot. The victim is in critical condition. The reporter is Moon Gil. On November 3rd, around 1 a.m. The accident occurred in the parking lot of an office building in Yongsan-gu, Seoul. A young man in his 20s was hit by a vehicle. The team leader emphasized again, his family tightly controlled the news articles. Only this page remains. Young-oh quickly and quietly remembered, 7 years ago on November 3rd, the day he promised to pick her up at 3 p.m. to go to the hospital together. Seeing her silent and not responding, the team leader urgently called out, Assistant Lee, what's wrong? Are you okay? Young-oh, with her trembling body, immediately replied. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for telling me this. She quickly ran away before the team leader's bewildered gaze. In her mind, she was constantly worried, so he's forgotten me. Young-oh rushed to the secretary's office and urgently asked, where is the director? But she lost all patience and decided to barge in despite the secretary's obstruction. He's with a client. They're waiting on the first floor. Entering the staircase, Young-oh trembled with the thought, he's not pretending not to know me. He really doesn't have any memory of us. Even Yena. How could he forget everything about me? Jaehyun, upon seeing her staring at him, immediately turned his head to look behind him. Then awkwardly looked forward, as if not understanding what was happening. Young-oh took a gasping breath and boldly stepped closer to him. While the two were face to face, Young-oh looked at Jaehyun with a heartbroken gaze. He was in so much pain that he lost all his memories. Then she boldly spoke, do you know who I am? Jaehyun replied with an innocent look, of course. You're the content creator, assistant manager Lee. Her voice became urgent, what else? She was still trying to suppress the thoughts in her heart. Jaehyun, your child was born. Our daughter has grown up so beautifully. While she was about to reproach him, you really don't. She heard a familiar voice, honey, what are you doing? She turned around to look and discovered it was her friend Yunbai. She even proactively introduced, honey, have I ever told you? Assistant Lee is my high school classmate. But Young-oh. Something's not right here. Young-oh frowned when she heard the question, but Young-oh, is something wrong here? Seeing Jaehyun looking, she denied, no there isn't. Cha Yunbai said happily, you must be going to lunch, right? She said reluctantly, yes. Suddenly she said, Young-oh, you can talk freely when no one is around. Hearing this, Young-oh was startled. Yunbai raised her voice to poke, or are you trying to make yourself look bad? She explained awkwardly, that's not it. Then she looked for an excuse to leave. Yunbai asked deliberately, you said you were going to lunch. Young-oh pretended to answer. I just realized I forgot some things. She turned and left hurriedly after speaking. The two looked at Young-oh's footsteps. Just then, Jaehyun took his hand off the arm Yunbai was holding. She immediately followed, honey, what happened? What did Young-oh say to you? Just a small warning, but you have to be careful with Young-oh. When we were in high school, she secretly used my makeup. All my friends knew, but she still tried to hide it. Maybe she's fixed that now, but it doesn't hurt to be careful, honey. Jaehyun said coldly, Cha Yunbai. Step back over the line. Yunbai watched his back. They had to pretend to be in a relationship to avoid facing trouble. For years ago, a rumor spread among Yunbai's relatives that they heard Cha Yunbai and Lee Jaehyun of the Sarian group were dating, seizing that good opportunity and using it as a reason. Yunbai offered something to Jaehyun. She asked him directly, should we pretend to be dating? I'm not saying we should really date, just pretend. Seeing him leave, she tried to persuade, you're tired of the girls following you day and night, and your mother will find you someone to go on a blind date with. Because I'm in the same position as you. Hearing that, Jaehyun said, just do whatever you want. Yunbai thought, we have the same interests, so this relationship has been good until now. The name Jaehyun will soon become the name of the groom. She also showed this relationship in the company. She deliberately wore a ring. Everyone exclaimed, your ring is so beautiful. She pretended to answer, I know. It's a gift. Everyone thought it was her boyfriend who gave it. That's how Yunbai unilaterally enjoyed it. She didn't expect Jaehyun to be assigned to Max Planning. Announcement from Max Planning. There is a change in personnel. We are pleased to announce that the personnel appointments are as follows. The date of issue is May 2nd. Details of the issue: change of position, issued by Jihan, Strategy Department, Seorian Food Division, change, Director of Strategic Planning Department of Max Planning. Honestly, Yunbai was a little hesitant at first, but then immediately felt relieved. Jihan was always like that, both in the past and now. The things she found showed that his relationships in the past had been wiped out. She received a report of his personal life. This is the report for the request she sent a month ago after the information gathering process. They did not find any impact on Jihan's personal life. He has good relationships with everyone around him but has never been too close to any woman. She's not sure if he has misophobia or not, but he's always alone. Therefore, the only person who can be his wife is Yunbai. She thought so. The cake and the letter were thrown on the table. Thank you for inviting me. I learned a lot and became a great teacher. I hope you like the cakes. Jihan thought to himself, Yungo again. Why, what did she mean by asking me what else there was? Was it because of what happened this morning, to ask why I grabbed her wrist, or did Park Sung-gyu scare her? Is she really sad? He leaned back tiredly. I should ask her. Outside, the sun had set. Jihan was very tired, his head was a mess, but when working, time flies. She called her mother, saying that she had to work overtime today. Her mother asked, okay, have you eaten anything yet? Young-oh said she had eaten, and asked about Yena. She had eaten rice and some ice cream. Suddenly her mother added, there's a hair clip at that shop. She was surprised. What hair clip? Young-oh's mother replied, a purple hair clip. You used to look for it. The time was about a year ago. She admitted that if it had been a year, she would have forgotten it. But her mother said, only you forgot it. You mentioned it a lot. How could I forget it? You cried looking for it and now you forget it. Young-oh replied casually, it must not be important. The woman heard and said, it's okay if you forget, at least I remember it. Go back to your work. Then she said goodbye to her mother. When she turned it off, she secretly thought, to Jihan, Young-oh is only worth as much as that hair clip, lost without realizing, and not even bothering to look for it. That's also a type of amnesia, right? While she was lost in thought, Yunbai called Assistant Manager Young-oh. She asked if she was also participating in the plan discussion meeting. She pointed to the file, can you bring this to that room for me? It's essential for the meeting. Young-oh agreed when she heard. Suddenly she asked, Assistant Manager Lee Young-oh, did I say something that made you uncomfortable? She was surprised, I'm not uncomfortable. Yunbai poked again, you're not upset that I'm giving you more work, are you? Of course, Young-oh said no. But she sighed, Assistant Manager Young-oh. If you know how to be angry to the point of turning red in the face just because of those little things, you should also know how to stop hurting others and ruining their mood. Yunbai deliberately attracted the attention of the staff. Then she picked up the file, okay, I'll do it myself, try to calm down. Young-oh just stared blankly after her. What's wrong with her? The sound of children crying loudly filled the sky. No, I'm not going to brush my teeth, this makes the parents very tired. This kid, come here now. The boy hugged the leg of the man who had just come home. Dad, save me, the mother scolded. Come back here quickly, the boy begged. Mom, just today, just today. She shouted, no today, do you want to get hit or brush your teeth? The boy would rather choose to get hit. Seeing the boy running away, she hurried after him. This kid, stop there, you chose to get hit, why are you running away? He took the opportunity to pick up his daughter Doyeon. Come here, Dad's Doyeon. The mother was furious. Come back here as soon as Mom is still kind, but he retorted that Mom is never kind when she says that. He cried loudly because he was being dragged away. No, I'll never brush my teeth again. She used the last trick. Wait and see. I'll tell Yena about this, that Park Dobin never brushes his teeth. It's very dirty. Suddenly the boy stopped. Then wiped away his tears. Mom, I'll do it myself. He walked away after speaking. His father was also stunned. What did he just hear? He followed quietly. Unbelievable, our son has changed, the child who always secretly eats his boogers. He was shocked and asked his wife, who is Yena? She said, she's Dobin's friend at the Beduk Center. She's very pretty, talented too, she looks very smart. The head of the center has to praise her too, she's really an excellent child. He was very happy to hear that. That's right, they have to become close friends. At the company, Yunbai kept finding fault with Young-oh. Young-oh, what's wrong with your expression? She didn't understand. What do you mean? Yunbai said, you look like you're busy thinking about something. Young-oh refused. Thinking? I'm not bothered by anything, but she argued that that's exactly what I'm saying. Even when you're very normal, you look like you're bothered by something. Young-oh, I'll say this to you. I think you'd better fix your expression a little. I didn't do anything wrong to climb to a higher position than you. Young-oh's face went blank when she heard that. She laughed, understand? Young-oh wondered, maybe this is a good thing for some people. Chai Yunbai has always been like this, still a bad-tempered, malicious person, she can only curse her. At the meeting, the current calls are experiencing slow connection. However, Metalk has a technology combination that can completely solve this problem. It can also operate stably even in areas with weak signals. That would be a great tool for people who frequently make phone calls. Just then Jihan entered. Everyone was stunned. Director, he said, don't mind me, just continue. Everyone was sweating. Hello director, how can we pretend? Then he pulled up a chair and sat down. Okay, let's continue. Everyone watched Jihan and Yunbai. They were sitting close to each other, they must have something to say. Young-oh thought to herself, 7 years ago, Jihan was always the one who took the initiative, he never cared where it was. It will always erupt without a bit of restraint. It may be a little different for those he has only met for a few months with those who have forgotten him for a few years. But from just now, she glanced. Why does it feel like he's staring at me? Why don't you focus on the meeting? Why are you doing that while your lover is sitting right next to you? The presenter continued, the expected product price is now 50 billion won in 3 months. Including production costs and online costs. Jihan suddenly spoke, very good, I'll look forward to it. Young-oh got goosebumps, don't say that while staring at me. Finally, it was time to go home. Young-oh tiredly entered the house, I'm home, her mother peeked out, you're back? As soon as she got back, she asked where Yena was, she said the girl fell asleep while waiting for her to come back. She slumped on the chair, every time I go to work, I feel like I'm getting a year older, if I stay there for 3 weeks, I'll be the same age as mom. Suddenly she jumped up, Mom, should I just quit? Unexpectedly she was very nonchalant, yeah, just quit. Quit and I'll quit working at the restaurant too. She pouted, why are you quitting at the restaurant? We have to work together, she said, you can't even cook a decent meal. She asked, is the job not going well? Why do you want to work at a restaurant? She sighed, no, I just want to try something else. Just then Yena came out, Young-oh quickly stood up, little Princess Yena, are you still awake? Let's go to bed with Mom. In bed, the girl asked, why are you so late, Mom? I waited for you for a long time, she coaxed, I'm sorry, Mom promises to play with you a lot this weekend. Yena softly called her, saying that Park Dobin keeps walking around after her. He bothers me a lot. Young-oh asked, has Dobin taught you how to play chess? The girl replied, Mom, only the teacher teaches us how to play chess, both Dobin and I learn from the teacher. She hugged the girl, that's right, you have to learn from the teacher. She sighed, I wish I had a teacher, someone who could give me advice whenever problems arise. The next morning at the company. Jihan thought to himself, I've been working hard with the company's main meeting, the more meetings, the more events, the less time I have to rest. Just then the secretary asked him, Director, you're back? He replied, yeah, is there any contact? She said she would make a report right away. Before leaving, he said that, by the way, there was an employee who came to visit yesterday, Lee Young-oh. When did she come? The secretary replied, around 12 o'clock. He smiled, it seems urgent, did you talk to her? Call Young-oh back for me. Outside, Young-oh was told that there was a typo in the text. The boy said, if you discount up to 75%, isn't that too much? She begged, please don't tell anyone, keep it a secret for me, Ki-hun, he was proud, let me see. She tried to beg, come on, don't say it, I'll treat you. Suddenly someone called, Young-oh. The secretary said the director was calling her. She was stunned, why call me again? Ki-hun cheered, good luck assistant manager. Young-oh knocked on his door. She bowed her head to greet when she entered, hello director, I was informed that you were looking for me, he said, that's right. Jihan approached, making her afraid. With those sharp eyes, cautious expression, slightly tense words. Is one of the times when you want to say more than one thing, the silence stirs curiosity. Okay, I admit, this feeling is not normal. But being pulled doesn't mean you have to follow, I have to understand it correctly, Jihan's voice interrupted her thoughts, sit down. Young-oh was very tired, she wanted to have him but also didn't want to abandon herself. Jihan pointed to the cake tray, just take as much as you want, these are the cakes from yesterday. She asked in surprise, did you pick them up again? He asked back, you don't want what I picked up? She quickly denied, no. Young-oh picked up a cake. Jihan was always watching her every move. He said that, I just heard today that you were looking for me yesterday. You should explain why you were looking for me so urgently. Seeing that Young-oh seemed hesitant to speak, Jihan offered to say, just speak freely. The girl pursed her lips for a long time. Then boldly replied, I came for the cakes. Jihan had to stop for a while because of this reason. Young-oh said calmly, because I will be the one eating it. From now on, if you intend to throw away food, please give it to me, I just wanted to say that. Seeing her aggressive attitude, Jihan smiled and asked, so you only looked for me for that? Young-oh answered without hesitation, yes. He asked, but you cried and didn't say that. Young-oh explained awkwardly, that's because the situations are different. The more she answered, the more curious Jihan became. What are the different situations? She had to answer to get over it, it's just my personal problem. Suddenly Jihan glared and asked in a serious tone, did Vice President Park Sung-gyu threaten you? Young-oh asked in confusion, what? Afraid that Jihan would have unnecessary misunderstandings, she replied, no, definitely not, Vice President Park Sung-gyu is a great person. Jihan stared at Young-oh without saying anything. A silent atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire room. Young-oh looked at Jihan with sad eyes and thought, more than you. I shouldn't have been weak. The man who never talked about family with me, the man who ruthlessly forgot everything. The man who doesn't believe in me anymore doesn't know I have a child. I wonder if you are a bad or pitiful person. Old memories suddenly rushed into her mind, but didn't I talk to him after the accident? How can he call me when he doesn't have any memory like that? Is that really a man's voice? Young-oh's lips moved as if to ask Jihan something. But in the end, she chose to be silent. Maybe it wasn't done by this person, if that call was an arrangement for us to leave each other according to someone's plan. After a while of reasoning, Young-oh whispered, Director. Have you ever heard my name? My name is Lee Young-oh. Jihan panicked and asked, have you ever been in an advertisement for a famous brand and had your name on their product? The girl also wanted to go crazy at Jihan's ridiculous question, you idiot. She took a deep breath to calm down and contemplate, is it right to reveal the truth about herself and Yena right now? Isn't this person about to get married? It seems that Young-oh is standing between these two difficult choices, but it's better to know now than after getting married. After careful consideration, Young-oh took the courage to call, Director, I have something to say. At the same time, the school bus had arrived. The teacher happily led Yena off the bus. Yena, we're here, be careful. A stranger, just seeing the girl, waved hello, hello baby Yena, just a quick glance, and Yena recognized that this person was not the teacher. The girl immediately asked, but who are you? But that person pretended to ignore it and told Yena, thank the teacher, baby. Yena obediently followed, thank you. The babysitter said goodbye to Yena while watching the other children on the bus. Okay Yena, have a good time at the center. Mincio, don't get down, sit properly in the seat. Junwoo, don't take off your seatbelt. Goodbye Yena. Just as she finished speaking, the teacher got on the bus and left immediately. Now only Yena was left with a strange teacher. She gently took Yena's hand and said, let's go, we're late. The innocent girl asked, but where are we going? She still answered naturally, to the center. Yena found it strange and turned her head back to ask, the center is over there, but this mysterious teacher always found a way to lure her, you've moved to another center. Didn't anyone tell you? Yena still turned her head back with a bewildered expression. In just a blink of an eye, she was led a long way away. The girl started to feel that something was not right here. Where is this? Yena immediately used all her strength to pull her hand out of the teacher's arms. Then she said loudly, I'm going to call my mom. She said to Yena irritably, why don't you listen to me? Follow me quickly. As she spoke, she turned around and continued to move forward. After walking a little further, she suddenly turned into a small alley without paying attention to Yena running after her. Because the girl was going too slowly, she lost track of the teacher. Yena breathed heavily and called out in fear, teacher. Everything around was strange to Yena. The girl stood alone on the sidewalk trembling and calling out teacher, mom in helplessness. Inside the chess center that Yena was attending, Dobin ran up and called out teacher. Are you going to pick up Yena? The teacher smiled and replied, that's right, I'll be back soon. Dobin smiled brightly and asked for permission, can I go with you? The teacher kindly let the boy follow, you want to, let's go together. The two went outside together and waited for Yena for a long time. Dobin was also eager and kept looking around. Teacher, why hasn't Yena arrived yet? Hearing that, the teacher was also wondering, that's right, she should have arrived by now, I'll call her. Yes, hello, this is the Baduk Center that Yena is attending, the girl hasn't arrived yet. The managing teacher was shocked after hearing that and recounted, I heard that Yena got off the bus and the teacher picked her up. The teacher was even more confused. Yes, I haven't brought Yena in yet. Hearing that, the manager immediately replied, impossible, I'll check again and call you back. After the phone hung up, the teacher could only stand still in shock. Dobin, after hearing the news, couldn't believe it either. Teacher, has Yena been kidnapped? Back in the office, Young-oh had made her own decision. Director, I have something to tell you. Just as she was about to tell the whole truth between the two, the phone rang. Seeing her sitting still like a statue, Jae-hyun asked curiously, aren't you going to answer the phone? Young-oh was embarrassed and blushed but still tried to calm down and reply, no, it's okay. Seeing that, Jae-hyun said to her, just listen, in case there's something urgent. After getting his permission, Young-oh stood up and asked to go outside, I'll be right back. Jae-hyun stood up in shock, I didn't tell you to go outside. After getting out into the hallway, Young-oh opened her phone to check. It turned out that it was a call from the teacher. Young-oh answered the phone, yes, I'm listening. On the other end of the line, a panicked voice said, Yena's mother. Yena hasn't arrived yet, she got off the bus, but... After receiving the bad news, Young-oh immediately took a taxi to the center. As soon as she saw the teacher, she asked in a panic, Teacher. What's wrong with Yena? Have you found her? The teacher hurriedly calmed Young-oh down, yes, we found her, I just received a call. She's with the police, they're on their way here. Young-oh, relieved of all her worries, sat down on the ground and said, thank God. The teacher ran to support Young-oh, you must be very worried, we apologize for this. Suddenly another person came forward and started talking, sorry. Nice to meet you, I'm Dobin's mother, Yena's friend at the center. My Dobin likes Yena very much, so he wants to meet your child. Young-oh turned to nod and replied gently, oh, so you're Dobin. Suddenly she couldn't control her overwhelming emotions, and screamed Yena. The girl smiled and waved hello to her mother. The two ran and hugged each other in tears of happiness. Young-oh kept asking Yena, do you hurt anywhere? Did anything happen? The girl obediently replied, yes, I'm fine. Young-oh made a frowning face and asked her child, where did you go? Why did you wander around alone like that? Yena honestly recounted the whole story, I didn't go alone. There was a woman who said she was a new teacher. Hearing that, she asked in confusion, teacher? The girl firmly confirmed, yes, she said she was a teacher at the Baduk Center. The police officer standing behind spoke, this is quite suspicious, to be sure I will investigate. I will contact you after surveying the area. I am Kwanbei Il, from the Wyong police station. Young-oh hurriedly bowed, expressing sincere gratitude, pleased to meet you, and thank you very much. Back in Jae-hyun's office, he was still sitting there waiting for Young-oh. What call is taking so long? Feeling quite curious, he went outside to check. Not seeing Young-oh outside, Jae-hyun asked, where is assistant manager Lee Young-oh? The receptionist stood up and replied, she left a while ago. Jae-hyun was dumbfounded that he was being toyed with by a woman, so he ordered, call her back immediately. Jae-hyun also felt a little worried, what's wrong with her? After getting information, the receptionist returned to inform Jae-hyun, Director, Assistant Manager Lee Young-oh has left the company. After finding Yena, the center's teacher bowed immediately in front of Young-oh, it's my fault. Because she looked quite similar to the teacher who usually comes to pick her up, I shouldn't have just glanced over like that. I'm really sorry. Young-oh didn't dwell on these things and encouraged the teacher, Yena is okay, so everything is fine. However, it shouldn't go too far, so I hope you will be more careful from now on. It's complicated, so could you please contact the center's teacher before dropping her off? Is that okay? The teacher also accepted Young-oh's feedback, I will learn from this. Before leaving, the center's teacher waved goodbye to Yena, I'll go first. See you later, Yena. The little girl obediently replied, goodbye, teacher. Young-oh sighed in relief. It's been a long day, hasn't it? Dobin's mom suddenly approached and asked, sorry, Yena's mom. I drove here myself. I can take you two home. You must be tired. Young-oh smiled shyly and replied, I owe you one. Dobin's mom chuckled and said, I'd be happy if you agreed. Dobin's mom even thoughtfully opened the car door for the two kids to get in first. On the way, she took the initiative to start a conversation with Young-oh, so, where are we going? She replied, I guess we should go to the market first, but... Dobin's mom asked back, are you talking about the market nearby? Young-oh nodded in confirmation, yes. Hearing this, Dobin's mom excitedly recounted, my parents used to have a small flower shop there. It was called Jinseo. Hearing this, Young-oh suddenly remembered, really? I know that place. My mom also works in a restaurant there. Do you know Guksun rice? Dobin's mom quickly replied, of course. This must be fate. I definitely have to say hello to your mom. Yena, sitting in the back, called out, "Mom, I have a picture I want to show you. I drew the animal at the daycare." Young-oh was curious, really? So she gently opened Yena's bag. A picture of a strange animal appeared. Young-oh asked blankly, "Yena, what is this?" The little girl excitedly replied, "It's a deer." Hearing this, she could only smile awkwardly to make her happy. "You're so good." Yena thought it was true, so she eagerly asked back, "Really, Mom?" Young-oh didn't say anything, but secretly prayed for her to grow up healthy. Suddenly, she noticed a strange piece of paper in Yena's bag. Young-oh, curiously, tried to take it out to see. "What's this?" It turned out to be a small letter tucked into Yena's bag. After reading the contents of the letter, Young-oh's face turned pale. She has her mother's looks and her father's personality. She is the embodiment of both of them. Young-oh fell into her own silence. Someone knows. She looked at Yena, who was laughing innocently. "That I gave birth to young Jihan's child. There are eyes watching me and Yena. Should I call the police? Will the police come for a non-emergency call? But what if I'm facing a very powerful person, such as Sung Jihan's father?" Seeing Young-oh sitting lost in thought, Dobin's mom called out, "What are you doing?" She startled and stammered, "You're really cool." Dobin also expressed admiration for Young-oh. "You're really cool. You're doing a great job raising your child. You're amazing." Young-oh modestly denied, "No, I don't know what I would do if something like today happened again. I left the office because Yena went missing." Dobin's mom seemed to understand Young-oh's feelings. "That's understandable. By the way, Yena's mom, how about I take Yena with me after picking up Dobin at the daycare? After her go class, she can come to my house to play with Dobin and Doyun. I think her mom can pick up Yena after she closes the restaurant." Young-oh laughed shyly and replied, "That's a good idea, but I'm afraid it will bother you." Dobin's mom confidently replied without hesitation, "It's okay, Yena is very well behaved. Dobin listens to her more than me. If Yena is around, I think Dobin can change completely. So, Yena's mom, let's try that next week, shall we? I will take care of her and ensure safe play for just 1 week." In Young-oh's eyes, Dobin's mom was like an angel sent to save her life. How can there be such a wonderful person? Inside Jihan's office, he was still sitting motionless like a statue. His face was pensive and thoughtful. Sung-gyu suddenly entered and asked, "Aren't you going home?" Hearing this, Jihan stood up and replied, "I'll go right now." Seeing that Jihan's attitude was a bit different, Sung-gyu approached and tried to strike up a conversation to change the atmosphere. "Should I tell you this funny story? My son is crushing on a little girl. It's love at first sight. My wife secretly told me that kids grow up pretty fast." Jihan indifferently asked back, "Is that all?" Sung-gyu was curious, so he asked directly, "You seem cold today. What's wrong?" Jihan retorted testily, "What is it?" As soon as he opened his mouth to say, "Is there something?" Jihan suddenly turned and left, avoiding the question. "Nothing. Let's get ready to go." Suddenly, Sung-gyu teased, "Do you hate me?" Hearing him chatter on in his ear, Jihan could only sigh in exhaustion. Then he turned and said directly to his face, "You talk too much nonsense. I like you very much." Sung-gyu was quite surprised by this. "You like me?" "You?" Jihan didn't hesitate to reply, "Yes, I like you. That's why I kept you here, even though my mother brought you." Jihan's words stunned his friend on the spot. But he didn't pay attention to his emotions, and continued to speak incessantly, "I will handle things well. I definitely won't let you down." Unable to endure it, Sung-gyu questioned, "Do you see me as that person's person, someone sent by your mother? Is your life easy? Don't you have anything valuable? And don't all the friends you meet mean anything to you? Still, I'm supporting you, even though you don't trust me. I don't know what you're thinking, but I've always considered you a good friend, you jerk. I'm supporting you, not your mother, you idiot." After expressing all the frustrations in his heart, Sung-gyu turned and left, leaving Jihan behind with a mess of troubles in his heart. Switching scenes to Yena's house, Young-oh kept reminding her child, "Yena, you can't talk to strangers, do you hear? If someone offers you food, you can't follow them, okay? If you don't like it, shout. You can do it, right?" The little girl nodded in response, "Yes." Young-oh glanced at the little girl and asked, "You'll say you'll do it, but you won't listen to Mom anymore, will you?" Yena replied confidently with overflowing enthusiasm, "Yes, no." Young-oh then presented a hypothetical situation. "If an adult comes and says, 'My hand hurts, can you help me carry things?'" Yena gave a gentle smile and replied immediately, I'll help them. Young-oh could only cry silently in helplessness. What should I do with this clever child? She hugged Yena tightly and confided, an adult asking a child for help is a bad adult. Can you refuse to help a stranger? Yena blinked and replied, yes. Early the next morning, at the company, Young-oh stood enjoying a cup of coffee. Suddenly, someone came to talk to her. Hello, assistant manager. Young-oh replied warmly, yes, hello. The new receptionist asked further, have you met the director yet? Young-oh asked blankly, why? She said, I saw a note on your desk. Have you seen it? Young-oh shook her head in confusion, I haven't seen it. The girl said, the director was looking for you yesterday. He's in his office. Hearing this, Young-oh's face turned pale, I forgot. If he waits for me for so long, he might get angry. She rushed to the director's office to find him, but fortunately, Jae-hyun had fallen asleep some time ago. Young-oh boldly went closer to admire him. From a close distance. Thoughts suddenly flashed through her mind, his mother must be the culprit behind this. She inherited her looks from her mother, while her personality is like her father's. She resembles you 80%. Maybe his mother has meddled in this. Does his mother know a lot? Does she know about Yena? I can't be sure about that. I have to find out through the people around this man. Of course, about this man. Tears welled up in the corners of Young-oh's eyes. Jae-hyun, wait a little longer. Until I find the culprit. I must dig up information from the people around this man and ensure Yena's safety. Everything else can be taken care of later. I will let you meet our Yena one day. Unintentionally, Young-oh's tears fell on Jae-hyun's hand, but she was unaware of it. She turned away with lingering feelings, just a little longer. But as soon as she took a few steps, someone grabbed her hand. Young-oh blankly turned around to look. She saw that Jae-hyun had woken up and he was the one holding her hand to stay. Jae-hyun stared at Young-oh and asked, what are you doing? Lee Jae-hyun suddenly grabbed Lee Young-oh's hand and stammered, she kissed me. His words made her blush with embarrassment, standing frozen on the spot. She slowly pulled her hand away from him, stammering, what? What nonsense is this? Hearing this, he replied, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. You have to take responsibility for this. She hurriedly explained, wait, that wasn't a kiss. Without letting her say more, he slowly stood up and said, okay, we'll say it was just a light kiss. It sounded a bit off, but she still said, once. He stood up with his arms crossed, his face a bit sulky, and said, unbelievable. I've been through a lot, but I've never received a light kiss while sleeping. Hearing this, she panicked and explained, no, director, you misunderstood. At this moment, her face became embarrassed as she stammered, that was, tears. Lee Young-oh sighed and didn't dare to look directly at him, saying, that wasn't a kiss. I only shed a tear. His words stunned him for a few seconds. Then he turned away and said, you're something. Seeing this, she quickly grabbed him and said hurriedly, no, I'm telling the truth. Hearing this, he asked, then why? Did you shed tears when you looked at me? As he spoke, he turned back to look at her with a serious expression. Hearing him ask that, she hesitated and replied, that, it's because you resemble my late father too much. She didn't know that lying like this would be very serious. He propped his hands on his hips, questioning her, you think I'll believe that? She sighed and said seriously, it's the truth. Hearing this, he moved closer to her, asking repeatedly, in what way? How do I resemble your father? Do you have a picture of him here? Show me. The continuous questions made her unable to react in time and she became flustered, stammering, wait, She slowly took a step back and said, you look handsome like him. My dad was really handsome. Then she quickly turned and said, well, I'll leave now. Before she could leave, he called out in a hoarse voice, wait, yesterday you said you wanted to say something. She clung to the doorknob and stammered, that's right. Yesterday, I also wanted to say that you look like my dad. Now, if you'll excuse me. As she prepared to pull the door and leave, he said again, yesterday I waited for an hour. His words made her pause for a moment, thinking that she would be touched, but no, she turned around with a disgruntled look and said, just an hour? These words stunned him on the spot. As she left the room, Lee Young-oh thought to herself, he's showing off just because he waited for an hour, while I've waited for 7 years, you idiot. She was about to sit down when she thought to herself, oh, my back. Suddenly, the CEO called her, Assistant Lee Young-oh. She replied, yes. She waved her hand and smiled, saying, can you come here for a bit? Although she was a bit doubtful, she still stood up straight and said, "What is it, CEO?" In her head, she was still thinking, why is she calling me like this? The CEO, with a serious expression and her hand on her chin, asked, "Where were you yesterday?" Lee Young-oh replied, "I asked for permission to leave early because I had some urgent matters." She deliberately made it difficult for her and smiled mockingly. "I didn't think you were the only one with urgent matters." Her face had been very unpleasant, but she still had to endure it, thinking to herself, she just wants to pick a fight with me. She propped one hand on her chin and gently flipped through the book, nitpicking at her. "We agreed to distribute the positions after the meeting. Yesterday, everyone tried to do your part too." Without letting her continue, she quickly replied, "But I already did it, CEO." Her face was incredibly surprised when she heard her say that. Seeing this, she continued, "I completed it early and uploaded it to the folder already." "Didn't the CEO see it? Have you checked them?" She hurriedly opened her computer, stammering, "No, wait, She interrupted her, saying, "I think the other members have checked it already." Then, as she turned to leave, she said, "You should check again. If you'll excuse us." In her head at this moment, she was thinking, "Don't bother me." As she walked away, she thought, "Don't threaten me about work and hinder me. I won't forgive those who threaten me easily anymore, because I have to protect myself and Yenna. I've decided, but..." She turned back to her desk and looked at it carefully. "Work really drains all my energy." After work, her face became haggard and droopy. She thought back to the tasks she had done today, meeting after meeting, arranging meetings, thinking about ideas. She felt incredibly tired, massaging her shoulders and thinking to herself, "It's already difficult enough without anyone bothering me." The elevator slowly opened. In it, she met Lee Jae-hyun again, which startled her, thinking to herself, "Again?" He crossed his arms and asked, "Aren't you getting in?" She stepped in and said, "I am." Standing next to him was incredibly stressful. She thought to herself, not comfortable at all. Suddenly, she saw someone approaching outside and said, "Oh." She quickly pressed the open door button. She said loudly, "CEO, come in, come in." She turned to look at Lee Jae-hyun. Seeing that his expression was tense, he didn't dare to enter and turned away, saying, "You go first." The elevator doors closed again, causing her to pause on the spot. She turned to look at him and asked, "Did something happen between you two?" Not seeing him reply, she asked further, "Why? How can you argue with someone as good as him?" These words stabbed directly into his chest, no different from saying that he was too evil. She continued, "I don't think CEO Park Sung-gyu is the one at fault." The more she spoke, the more his expression darkened. At this moment, she realized that she was being too blunt, so she quickly said, I'm sorry. You look like my dad, so I'm concerned." "I'm very sorry." Hearing this, he asked, "Does your daughter like that?" She didn't understand and said, "Huh?" He turned to look at her and asked curiously, "Does your daughter care about her father that much?" She replied, "Yes, of course." She tilted her head to look at him and said, "Daughters care about their fathers a lot." Suddenly, she hesitated and said, "By the way, I think you two should make up. It seems that CEO Park Sung-gyu cares a lot about you, director." Her words stunned him for a moment. Elsewhere, at Park Sung-gyu's house, a little boy spoke up, saying, "Yenna, look at this." The boy held out a candy and said, "This candy is sparkly. It looks like your eyes." As he spoke, the boy gave the candy to Yenna. Park Sung-gyu's wife, seeing this scene, couldn't help but think, the kids are so adorable. I used to be like that too. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ring. She wiped her hands and went out, saying, "Yes, I'm coming. It seems like the laundry is done." She opened the door. Behind the door was Lee Jae-hyun. He said, "Hello, I am Young Jae-hyun." Seeing him, she froze for a moment. Later, she reacted and shouted, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what is it?" "Oh, it's nice to meet you, Jae-hyun." He politely replied, "Yes, it's nice to meet you. It's been a long time since we've seen each other." She awkwardly replied, Yes, please come in." He stepped in, bowed, and said, "Then I'll bother you." She opened the door and replied, "Yes, this way." He handed the basket of fruit to her, saying, "Here, I bought some fruit." Seeing this, she smiled and replied, "Oh my, you didn't need to buy anything, haha." Then she asked, "Why did you come here?" He replied, "I came to see Sung-gyu." "Is he home? I thought he came home early." She stammered, He hasn't arrived yet." You might be mistaken. Hearing the conversation between the two children turned to look at them. She led him to a seat and said, I'll try to call him. Please sit here and wait a moment, okay? The boy ran out and asked, Mom, who is it? She put her hand on the boy's shoulder and said, Dobin, say hello to Uncle. He's your dad's friend, Uncle Jihan. You know him, right? The boy bowed to him, saying, hello. He patted the boy's head and smiled, saying, well, hello. You've grown bigger, Dobin. He pointed to Yenna, looked at him, and smiled, saying, my friend is also here. He turned his head to look at Yenna sitting. The little girl with sparkling eyes stared intently at him. The two of them looked at each other carefully. Jinseo was a little flustered and quickly reminded her son, Dobin, you should say, my friend came too. Hearing this, Dobin smiled and said again, my friend came to play too. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinseo smiled and said, my son's friend came to play at our house. He enthusiastically replied, yes. He looked intently at Yenna drawing and thought to himself, Dobin's girlfriend. Didn't that kid say that he was in love at first sight? Lee Jihan stared at the little girl, admiring her, thinking, well, the kids are all very cute. Switching scenes to in front of a store, Park Sung-gyu slowly took steps on the road. He thought of his wife's reminder, you know, right? Today, Yenna will come to play at our house. You should work overtime and come home a little late. Don't disturb the kids playing. Making him only sigh in dismay. Looking at the door with the tall wine bottle made of LED lights, he mused, although young Jihan is not emotional, he always drinks alcohol with me. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang unexpectedly. Before he could even finish saying hello, he heard his wife, Jinseo, scream in panic, honey, come home immediately. Hearing this, Park Sung-gyu was extremely startled and asked, Yenna has returned already? But his wife's next sentence directly turned him to stone, no, this is very urgent. Young Jihan has come to our house. In another scene, Dobin carried the Go board and slowly came to Lee Jihan. Then he unhesitatingly asked Lee Jihan, Uncle, do you know how to play Go? He replied, yes, just. Before he could finish his sentence, the boy immediately said, then let's play Go together. Saying this, Dobin smirked, revealing his two small fangs, and said softly, you can beat me, right? Dobin quickly sat down on the floor, and he slowly stood up and said, how do you know how to play Go? The boy happily replied, I went to Go class. When he saw Yenna slowly approaching, Dobin immediately turned his head to look and said, Yenna, come here and watch me play. I'll show you how I play Go. Hearing this, the girl didn't say anything and sat down beside Dobin. Dobin opened his mouth a little shyly and said, Uncle, please go first. Yenna turned to look at him and said, that's not right. Black should go first. As soon as the words were spoken, Dobin followed suit, placing the stone in his hand and saying, of course, that's right. Meanwhile, Lee Jihan was still watching intently, his face more cheerful and amiable. Just like that, the three of them focused on playing Go together. After a while, Yenna suddenly spoke, her face serious, saying, that's the wrong way. You should block its escape route. Making Dobin sweat a little anxiously. He froze, not knowing what to do. When it was time to decide to place the black stone on the board, he was immediately stopped by Yenna's hand, helplessly saying, oh my god, look at me. Just like that, his next moves were all stopped and redone by Yenna. It should be placed here, then Uncle will place his stone here, and then place your stone here. A series of Yenna's actions made Lee Jihan marvel, thinking, how does this child know how to play Go? Then, he pointed to a position on the board and asked, what if Uncle places it here? Hearing this, Yenna put her hand on her chin and pondered for a while. Then she fiercely dragged the piece from the bottom to the top. The previous move completely amazed Lee Jihan. As he looked at the little girl in front of him, he pondered, she's the same age as Dobin, so she must be 6 years old. How can a 6-year-old play so well? Suddenly, Jinseo came from the kitchen, carrying a plate of red watermelon, saying, our Yenna is very good at playing. I'm very proud of her. While saying this, she secretly signaled, eat some fruit. The two uncles and nephews then had the usual inquiries, what's your name, Yenna? The girl replied, yes, it is. While Lee Jihan remained curious, Yenna was remarkably calm. He asked where she learned to play Go, and she replied, from my teacher. He was a little surprised and asked further. Not your dad, but your teacher? Upon hearing Yenna's innocent and heartbreaking response, I don't have a dad, he fell into thought. I shouldn't have brought this up. Dobin innocently turned to Yenna and said, then can I give you my dad? Yenna quickly replied, no, you can't, when someone cleared their throat. It turned out to be Park Sung-gyu, who had arrived home. Dobin excitedly said, Dad's home. Daddy. He hugged his two children while looking at Lee Jae-hyun and asked, what are you doing here? He replied, I came to see you. He slowly stood up and said, I should stop here. At this moment, Yenna looked very sad, her head bowed as she stared blankly at the Go board. He continued, you should play with Dobin instead. However, the little girl immediately stood up, her face filled with anticipation, and leaned on the table with both hands, asking, Uncle, will you come play again? As soon as she finished speaking, he looked at her with a questioning expression, asking, why? Yenna happily replied, because it's fun. The two exchanged a few more words back and forth. Will you come tomorrow? I have work tomorrow. Then next Monday? I'm very busy that day. At this moment, Yenna stood right in front of Lee Jae-hyun, shyly asking, then the Monday after next. Then, using both hands, she tightly grabbed the hem of his shirt. If not, the Monday after that? The pulling force grew stronger and stronger, begging, please play Go just one more time. Making Lee Jae-hyun very flustered, his face covered in sweat. Finally, he had no choice but to agree to end the conversation. Alright, I'll come play next time. His words made the little girl very happy. As he went outside, he thought to himself, 3 weeks later, on a Monday. Lee Jae-hyun, while stepping out the door, said goodbye, see you later. Another voice echoed immediately after. Yes, please come play again. He still thought that children usually forget quickly, so it should be fine. Walking along the sidewalk with his best friend, he said, I can't stay long, I'm a bit busy. He replied, I know. After that, they continued to walk silently next to each other. A little later, also on that same stretch of road, Lee Young-oh hurriedly ran across the road, preparing to go up a few steps on the sidewalk, and stopping in front of an apartment door, continuously ringing the bell. After a very polite greeting from the two girls, Young-oh, hello, Jinseo, come in. And after the sweet call of Mommy, she and her daughter quickly opened their arms and happily said, Mommy's Princess Yenna. The little girl happily called, Mommy. After that, she turned to her friend and said, I'm sorry for bothering you so much, but Jinseo replied with a smile, not at all. While looking at little Yenna, she continued, thanks to Yenna, Dobin is more well-behaved. I really like her, you can bring her here often. Dobin and his mother kept saying heartwarming things. Dobin wants that too. Right, that's right. Yenna, live with us. Park Dobin, that's too much. However, both girls couldn't help but giggle. A moment later, outside the building was a quiet night scene. She led Yenna along the sidewalk. The two of them kept talking back and forth. Is something fun? Yeah. What is it? It's a secret. Hearing this, she tilted her head and asked, keeping a secret from Mommy too? But the only response was a request from the other party. Mom, next Monday after next, can I go to Dobin's house to play? With sparkling eyes and a chubby face, I want to go there and play again, please? Under the silent night, in a corner of the street, Lee Jae-hyun's voice rang out, saying, I'm sorry. Park Sung-gyu, with his arms crossed, asked, why do you have to apologize? Lee Jae-hyun replied, I'm sorry for being so harsh with you. Hearing that, he silently nodded. After that, Sung-gyu asked again, do you really think I'm someone your mother sent? Lee Jae-hyun replied, no way. Sung-gyu pouted, looking sulky. Jae-hyun affirmed, I'm telling the truth. Park Sung-gyu felt more relieved and picked up his can of beer, saying, okay, but I was very sad. He continued, you always trust your feelings when making decisions, right? Not at all. Even using it just a little bit can hurt others. After speaking for a while, Sung-gyu sighed, crossed his arms, and looked at Jae-hyun with sympathetic eyes. He thought to himself, of course, you don't know why I'm so sad. 7 years ago, before the accident, Jae-hyun had very bright and beautiful eyes. He smiled more and showed more emotion than he does now. But because of the accident 7 years ago, I lost my friend. On the outside, he looks cold and calm, but I know that something is hidden deep inside him. This summer, it feels like he is the only one still stuck in winter. I want to help him get out of that state, but there's no way to do it, so I can only be by his side. Returning to reality, Sung-gyu placed his hand on his left chest, sincerely saying to Jae-hyun, you are a part of my life. He thought, that's why I always hope you can be happy. He continued, wishing him to be more cheerful and optimistic. not my whole life, but a part of it. Sung-gyu thought to himself, I hope you won't be so cold anymore. Finally, he scratched his head and said, anyway, thanks for coming to see me. I'm also sorry for saying harsh words to you, but what made you come to my house anyway? Jaehyun let out a soft smile. He remembered Young-oh's words to him, try to talk to him. If you can't meet him, then you should go to his house yourself. Isn't he your precious friend? Jaehyun answered Sung-gyu's previous question, because you are my precious friend. Hearing that, he let out a sigh. A moment of silence passed under the dark night. The next morning, at the company, Jaehyun was walking down the hallway when he passed a room where there were many voices coming from. He entered the room, looked up, and saw two people talking excitedly to each other. Ki-hun, not noticing that Jaehyun was here, said to Young-oh, you've been working very hard on the notes, assistant manager. Hearing that, she humbly replied, I just wrote what I thought. Ki-hun continued to praise, you're the best I've ever seen. I acknowledge that. Young-oh smiled and said, you always praise me, no matter what I do. He laughed and said, because you're very good. At this moment, Jaehyun cleared his throat to make his presence known. Ki-hun was startled and stood up straight, saying, oh my, hello, director. He asked, when does the meeting start? He replied, it will start in 10 minutes. Jaehyun strode forward and said, then, Song Ki-hun, go print the minutes from last week's meeting. He immediately obeyed, yes, sir. He approached Young-oh, pulled out the chair next to her, and sat down. Jaehyun turned to her and said, thank you, I made up with my friend. Thank you for advising me. He remembered her advice, isn't he your precious friend? You can't cut off the precious thread just because there's a knot on it. You need to untangle it. Returning to the present, Young-oh turned her head to look at Jaehyun and replied, ah, yes, it's good to know that. Although that's what she said outwardly, in her heart. She thought, actually, I'm saying that to myself as well. If only I had searched for you longer, if only I hadn't given up, if I hadn't lost faith and trusted you more, then would our lives be different? Jaehyun crossed his arms and suggested, if you miss your dad, then just come here. Hearing that, Young-oh silently nodded, then she suddenly realized something confusing and said, sorry. He said seriously, you said that I resemble your dad. I don't mind, so come by sometimes. Young-oh asked, confusedly and helplessly, does it show on your face? Jaehyun replied, you don't want to? I'm thinking of you. Young-oh outwardly smiled and said, right, thank you for talking about this. But in her heart, she thought, you must be very happy, huh? After a while, Ki-hun had printed out the documents. He happily smiled like a flower and said, director, I brought the minutes here. Jaehyun was surprised and said, so fast? Ki-hun smiled and replied, of course. Someone mumbled, he did it very quickly. Extending the time until the meeting took place, a girl said, today, I hope everyone can give their opinions. After hearing the opinions, we will make a decision. Another girl spoke up and said, should I volunteer first? That girl started her presentation. People in their 20s and 30s are often physically healthy but mentally exhausted. Jaehyun kept twirling a pen in his hand. Young-oh, sitting next to him, thought, he's losing focus. He's been distracted a lot lately. The girl was still continuing her presentation. They have many things they want to do, but first, they have to follow the orders of others. Suddenly, the pen in Jaehyun's hand slipped and fell. The girl continued, therefore, their work efficiency decreases, and they feel exhausted on their way home. Jaehyun's pen fell to the ground, and the presentation was still continuing. They also feel envious when they see couples in the park. The fallen pen was rolling closer to Young-oh's feet. She turned her head and thought to herself, did he drop it on purpose? Is he telling me to pick it up? Young-oh had no choice but to bend down and pick up the pen while the girl was still engrossed in presenting her ideas. When they get home, the first thing they look for is not food, but beer. They will think, ah, this is why I continue to work. She reached out for the pen. Suddenly, a larger hand reached out and also picked up the pen. It was Jaehyun also bending down to pick up the pen he dropped, so it unexpectedly created a somewhat awkward situation. Young-oh was embarrassed, her face turning red. She didn't say anything and quickly stood up and sat in her chair. Young-oh sat stiff as a statue, thinking to herself, what was that? He probably didn't do it on purpose. The meeting was still proceeding normally. I think there are two catchphrases. Young-oh looked at her presenting colleague, thinking, but Chai Yunbai is sitting right there. She was still enthusiastically speaking, that is single needs beer and this is the taste of youth. This is the healing course. That is all. A man added, that's great, but is it too simple? Healing like that seems too negative. A person said, we still have to look at the practical issues. First, beer commercials usually feature young models in bars enjoying themselves refreshingly. Is it okay to remove this? Is it risky? Young-oh contributed an idea, how about this? People see a bar with many young people drinking on TV, but is it really that noisy? I think the noise level has decreased, and the advertisement focuses on the sound of drinking beer. Actually, we can drink beer in the living room while watching a movie alone, right? The gray-haired man nodded in admiration after listening, that's great. The short-haired girl also said, I like this idea too. I hope that customers don't feel sad or distressed when they drink. Ki-hun raised his index finger, expressing praise for Young-oh. Young-bai glared angrily at her. Young-oh, receiving everyone's approval, smiled in return. Right at this moment, inside the women's restroom, someone was turning on the tap and using it. Young-bai seemed not to notice that she was turning on the tap, but stood still and pondered, Young Ji-hun is acting very strangely. The atmosphere at that time was also strange. Even in today's meeting as well. Lee Young-oh, Director Young Ji-hun is looking for her, even the notes on Lee Young-oh's desk. Young Ji-hun is not that kind of person. He was once so distant from women that others doubted his character. Moreover, why Lee Young-oh? Suddenly at this moment, a red-haired girl suddenly approached and called out, oh, manager. Manager, what's making you sad? Young-bai wearily sighed and replied, nothing. The red-haired girl, seeing this, asked again, is there a problem? You can tell me. Hearing that, she seriously warned first, I'm only telling you, okay? This is a secret. She quickly affirmed, yes, of course. She began to explain, I'm talking about Vice Lee Young-oh in Team 2. She asked in surprise, the secretary who takes notes? Why? She then explained, actually, we used to be classmates. Hearing that, she was very surprised and quickly asked, really? I didn't even know. Are you close to her? She hesitated a bit and replied that, well, her family situation is quite difficult. I always try to help her, but when we get a little closer. Seeing Young-bai suddenly sigh in the middle of her speech, making her very curious, she quickly asked, did something happen, manager? She leaned closer to her ear and whispered, do you know what kind of person she is? The kind that takes other people's things without permission and uses them freely. She always tries to imitate others to look more perfect. Hearing that, she was very surprised and exclaimed, oh my, really? I'm really shocked. I didn't expect her to be that kind of person. Has she changed now? Seeing Young-bai suddenly sighing, making her very curious, she hurriedly asked, oh my, what about now, manager? She then replied, well, I don't know, but perhaps this change isn't easy. But, Young-oh often visits Ji-hun. She asked with some curiosity, why? She hesitated a bit and guessed. Well, about that, perhaps she has a lot to discuss with Ji-hun. After listening to the words she had said, she said with great dissatisfaction, oh my, that's ridiculous. She should know her place. Why is she interfering in other people's affairs? Don't worry, manager, I will testify for you. With just a little carelessness, she will be ruined. Suddenly at this moment, Sung Miran suddenly opened the door and walked out. And without saying a word, she just walked away. The red-haired girl, seeing this, covered her mouth with her hand and said worriedly, what to do? Team leader Sung Miran divorced her husband because he had an affair with a colleague. Will Lee Young-oh be hated by her? A few days later, at the apartment complex where Lee Young-oh lived, she was sitting tying Yena's hair while pondering, the atmosphere at the company has been a little strange these past few days. The production team, I can feel the sharp eyes of production team 1. Team leader Sung Miran, our team leader as well. Did I do something wrong? Right at this moment, Yena suddenly spoke, Mom, it's only 1 week away. Lee Young-oh blankly asked, huh? The little girl smiled brightly and reminded, Mom, don't you know what day next Thursday is? She didn't answer, but smiled softly, thinking, how could I not remember? I can't believe my little one is already 6 years old. Yena was born prematurely and had to stay in the hospital for an extra week because she was sick. And something strange happened. While holding Yena in her arms, Lee Young-oh asked in confusion, why is her forehead so red, as if it's been burned? The nurse explained, that's a birthmark. It's quite common in newborns and usually disappears after a year. She hurriedly brushed the girl's bangs up and thought doubtfully, a birthmark, it should disappear a year after birth, but it's still the same now. In many places, birthmarks are called a quat, and angels kiss a quat. The baby is too beautiful, so the angel kissed the baby. After thinking, Lee Young-oh asked, "What do you want to do for your birthday, Yena?" The little girl asked in surprise, "A birthday party?" She suddenly hugged the little girl tightly and thought emotionally, that story seems to be true, as my world is like heaven thanks to Yena. Lee Ji-hun, our child is almost 6 years old. The next day at the company, someone suddenly asked, Assistant Lee Young-oh, have you heard about the company's emergency dinner with Dawn Liquor today? She replied, I haven't heard about it. The red-haired girl, hearing that, immediately reminded, please try to pay attention and listen. Then she worriedly thought, will this make production team one worse? I look like Chayun Bai. Then she loudly announced the current situation to her, the advertiser is coming. They want to hold a dinner with the company's production team, but the person in charge has to go on a business trip. And everyone is very busy. I want the assistant, who is free, to find a location for the company dinner. She continued, I'll do it. Yes, I'm quite free. Then, while walking, she calmly thought, in the past, I used to avoid getting involved in entertaining advertisers by all means, but I've been through that, so it's okay now. I should find something delicious, a person with 5 years of experience in the office. A moment later, in the area of production team 2, Lee Ji-hun suddenly walked in. Then he went to the side of the red-haired girl and called, Manager Cho. Causing her to be startled and hurriedly respond, yes, yes. He asked with curiosity, where did everyone go? She sweated nervously and replied, Assistant Ko and Song have gone to the printing photo shoot, and Assistant Young-oh has gone to the Dawn Liquor Company dinner. He frowned slightly and asked again, she's gone already? She replied a bit flustered, yes, because the advertiser said they would arrive early. He immediately questioned, why are the members going out to play and leaving the advertiser like that? She hesitated to explain, that is, everyone has other things to do. He quickly turned around, then immediately took out his phone and called, Team Leader Young Ji-hun. Send me the contact information of Assistant Lee Young-oh. That night, the weather outside was rainy. Someone suddenly asked, are there no umbrellas left? The other person replied, yes, because it suddenly rained. While standing in the rain, Lee Young-oh worriedly thought, the rain is so sudden. I have to go back to the office and borrow someone's umbrella, but the rain is also light, so should I wait for a while? Just as Lee Ji-hun was about to call her. He was lucky enough to see her figure nearby, so he admired in his heart, she's here, she doesn't seem to have gone far. Park Sung-gyu quickly approached and asked with a big smile, oh, my friend, do you have an umbrella? Let's share it. He unexpectedly gave him the umbrella and said, use it alone. He asked in confusion, what about you? He replied, I'll run. Hearing that, he was very confused, so he hurriedly asked, what are you talking about? We can go together. He immediately refused, no, you go alone. Then he smiled and turned his head to look at Lee Young-oh and asked, do you have an umbrella? Suddenly he took off his jacket, causing Park Sung-gyu to be a little confused. She replied startled, no, I don't have one. He quickly suggested, then, let's go together. Then quickly used his jacket to cover both of them. Seeing that, she hurriedly waved her hand in refusal, no. It's okay, no, and thought with some doubt, he wants to share with that jacket? Then she pointed to the store across the street and said, I'll go over there and buy an umbrella. He continued, so we can go over there and buy an umbrella, right? Let's go. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be flustered, thinking, wait. This is crazy. Then she had no choice but to reluctantly run across the street with him in this situation. Park Sung-gyu, standing nearby, said with some helplessness, really, looking at him makes me feel like I'm filming a movie. No, I have something to tease him with now. Lee Ji-hun and Lee Young-oh are walking under the rain. He is holding a jacket to shield them both from getting wet. He lowers his head and speaks up, I think I just need to go straight this way. After that, the two are preparing to enter a building. She looks up and says to him, thank you, I will buy one for you. Lee Ji-hun uses his hand to brush the water off his hair while replying, it's nothing. She looks at the umbrella stand and exclaims in surprise, there is only one umbrella left here? The storekeeper, seeing this, walks over and gives her 2 umbrellas, smiling and saying, there are many more, don't worry. She also smiles and replies, thank you. Lee Young-oh gives Lee Ji-hun one, take it, she says. He frowns upon hearing her words. He takes the yellow umbrella reluctantly, can I return this? I have many umbrellas at home already. She replies, then just use it today and return it to me later. I don't have any at my house. She thinks to herself, the rich are the ones who bring umbrellas. He walks away, then turns back and calls her, let's go. Lee Young-oh points to a building. I will stop by the company that Ki-hun introduced. It's right at the intersection over there. He speaks up, alright, then we'll split up there. She continues, if someone laughs at my face and tells me I chose the wrong place, then can I say that it's all because of the director's choice? He replies, coldly. Just do whatever you want. Inside the office of production team 2, there is a voice, where did assistant vice Lee Young-oh go? She hurriedly raises her hand to explain, it was I who asked her to go prepare for the evening drinks event. The purple-haired girl smiles insincerely, oh my, really? It can't be helped because everyone is busy. This girl thinks to herself, Assistant Vice Joe, you're still doing a good job even though I didn't ask you to. The purple-haired girl's eyes reveal satisfaction. Lee Young-oh must fight alone until she sweats before the others arrive. She calls Era, are you off work? Could it be that the director is also finished with work? Era replies, yes, Manager Chai. The purple-haired girl smiles woodenly. The director said that he would come meet the production and advertising teams. Are you not going along? Scene switches to a restaurant. Inside there is a coughing sound, cough cough. The purple-haired girl and the red-haired girl run hastily. The red-haired girl shouts, Manager, slow down a bit. The purple-haired girl replies irritably, I'm running because of you. What you said, Vice Assistant Joe, how can you let the creator go alone to entertain others? In her head, she considers, nothing is going according to plan. She walks in with a flustered face. However, the purple-haired girl is extremely shocked when she sees the scene before her. That is Lee Young-oh sitting next to Lee Jae-hyun along with the others, talking and laughing happily. He is holding a glass of water and watching, secretly pleased in his heart. The purple-haired girl, standing at the door, is so angry that her blood boils, her hands clenching tightly. The man wearing a blue shirt appears and whispers into the purple-haired girl's ear, Chai Yunbai, can't you handle it for even a day? How many years have you let Young Jae-hyun slip out of your hands? She remembers what the man in black once said, because next year is the general election, you should get married before then so that you can be more comfortable. Even if you're not good at anything, you must at least make a show in marriage. She closes her eyes, gritting her teeth and listening to the man in blue saying, Chai Yunbai, wake up. She replies, I know. She with a determined and certain gaze, I must marry Young Jae-hyun. She plots in her heart, that's the only reason I exist. Scene switches outside a convenience store. Lee Young-oh is standing, gasping for breath, phew, everyone is talking. She is reaching for a bottle of water when there is a noise behind her, swoosh, are you afraid to go to work tomorrow? Lee Jae-hyun is also holding a bottle of water like her, let me buy it. She considers, well then, if you're paying, then I'll drink something more expensive. She grabs the bottle of water and takes a big gulp. Lee Jae-hyun speaks up to ask, are you okay? She happily replies, yes, thank you for this. He looks at her and asks, what do you think? Have we captured the attention of the advertising side yet? Lee Young-oh feels uncomfortable and suddenly covers her mouth with her hand. He stands to one side, bewildered, not understanding what is happening. Did you drink too much? After that, she throws the bottle of water in her hand into the trash can. I don't feel very well today. An suggested, let's go home. I'll take you. But I refused, no need. I said, don't worry, I can get home myself. Then I turned and left. Lee Jae-hyun watched my retreating figure, a little sadness in his heart. As always, you turn your back to me and walk away. He wondered, annoyed by the small things, why do you always do that? What do I have to do to make you look back? Lee Jae-hyun suddenly called out, Jong-oh. Hearing his voice, my steps faltered. He asked, where do you think you're going? I turned around in surprise, what? What is this? I took a few steps closer to him. I asked, what do you want? I looked at him with longing, huh? He reached out to hug me. His face flushed with embarrassment, what's with this reaction? He looked at my face, flustered, this is a joke, right? What should I do? He forced a smile, oh, look, you really are drunk. He said, get a grip, Lee Jong-oh. I know I look like your late father. Just then, I stepped back in shock, are you serious? He said to me, I know, but you shouldn't treat me like this right now. His words darkened my expression, if you're drunk, you should go home quickly. He glanced at his phone and said, let's go, I'll take you home. He looked at me, waiting for an answer, Lee Jong. He watched the taxi pull away, confused, Lee Jong-oh. He was a little flustered. Morning in the city of lights, filtering through the trees. Look how much you drank. How could you drink so much? Soup was brought out. You look like a frog. How could you drink so much that your eyes are swollen like that? Young-oh ate her rice while defending herself. She thought to herself, I wish Young Jihan hadn't said that then. Young-oh chewed her rice and replied, I drank in moderation. Is that your moderation? So Young-oh spoke up, reminding her mother, Mom, Yena will hear you. Are you finally ashamed in front of your daughter? At this point, Young-oh seemed more awake. Instead of feeling dizzy, I feel like I have a cold. Her mother said helplessly, you eat so much, and you're still tired? How about taking a day off to rest? How can I ask for a day off when I've only been working there for a few days? Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend, so I just need to get through today. Her mother scolded, you. But Young-oh reassured her, don't worry, Mom. Young-oh inhaled the outside air and felt like she didn't want to go to work at all. I shouldn't pretend that everything is okay. At this time, Jihan was sitting at a cafe, looking at the watch on his hand. Young-oh worried and thought, that monster will beat me black and blue today. It's okay, as long as I can avoid Jihan, I'll be fine. As soon as she thought of him, his footsteps approached her. Jihan came forward to greet her, assistant manager Young-oh. I was startled. Where did he come from? Yesterday, you. Before she could finish speaking, Jihan saw Young-oh standing far away from him. What is this? He's acting like he's been waiting for me. He doesn't even look like he's in a good mood, always making me worry. What is he going to do now? Apologize, maybe? In the elevator, all the employees were bustling. The director is here too. I need to move to another corner. Why is the elevator so crowded all of a sudden? I can't breathe. The elevator announced that it had reached the destination. Wait, I need to get off at this floor. But Young-oh's voice wasn't loud enough for everyone to wait for her. Then suddenly, her hand intertwined with a man's hand. Her body was completely in Jihan's arms. The two were very close. So Young-oh spoke up, resisting, let me go. Jihan looked at her face and asked, are you sick? You don't look well. But Young-oh quietly replied, I'm fine. Don't tell me you're still drunk. It's a cold. Whose fault do you think it is? Before Young-oh left, she turned around to look at him and thought to herself, there's nothing about him that I like. It was foolish to think he would apologize. Oh well, stop thinking about things that give you a headache and wake up, Young-oh. I have a lot of work to do. Ki-hoon appeared from outside. I did what you asked me to do yesterday. I was wondering if there was something so urgent that you forgot your bag. Young-oh took her bag and thanked Ki-hoon. You're welcome. You've been working very hard. He replied cheerfully. That's right, let's work. Young-oh gradually regained her spirits. It was late, and Young-oh was exhausted in the office. Someone asked, Assistant Manager Lee, are you okay? You should at least drink this. She doesn't look well. Assistant Manager Lee had a terrible time yesterday. Her condition is really bad. Young-oh replied softly, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Then the phone suddenly rang. She received a text message. It was Jihan. He told her to come to his office for a moment. Young-oh went anxiously. Why did he call me to his office? Is he finally going to apologize? Then she knocked on his office door. Did you call me, director? Jihan replied from his chair, yes. Take this medicine. Didn't you say you had a cold? Young-oh hesitated and replied, no need, thank you. Just take it. My intention was to buy it for you. Young-oh really didn't understand. Why does he keep caring about this? Take the medicine to get better quickly. That way, you can work effectively. Young-oh found it ridiculous. He made me sick and then gave me medicine to cure me. This isn't what I expected. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to argue with him. I wish my body felt better. Then suddenly, Jihan put his coat on her. When you're sick, you should wear more clothes. Jihan said in a very warm voice. I have my own fashion sense. Jihan even gave Young-oh a compliment, it suits you very well. Just wear it and pretend you don't know who it belongs to. Anyway, I rarely touch it. Young-oh coldly replied, I would appreciate it more if you let me leave here sooner rather than later. Jihan agreed to that suggestion immediately, okay. Do you want me to take you home? He didn't even bother to apologize for yesterday. He's only concerned about trivial things. She thought, and then replied, no need. I'm going back to work. I'll only take this medicine. Jaehyun was left alone in his office, folding his arms and silently looking at the door. Then he said coldly, you should take more. This is really difficult. At this time, the office was bustling. Let's eat, everyone. Enjoy your lunch. But Young-oh slumped down at her desk, not in the mood to eat. He doesn't have any memories of 7 years ago. The time when Jaehyun also put his coat on her. The way he carefully adjusted her coat. His expression at the time was very warm. Yet he can do the same action with the same smile. She remembered the moment when he said, it suits you very well. Suddenly, someone came to ask her, Assistant Manager Lee, are you feeling any better? Team leader, I've taken some medicine, so I'll probably get better soon. So the team leader exclaimed, I bought some cereal. Let's eat together. Thank you for this. You're welcome. I always like to be with you, Assistant Manager Lee. But, Assistant Manager Lee, I don't know if it's rude to ask you this, but I keep wondering. Young-oh immediately replied, it's okay, please ask. Is it that you've known Director Jaehyun from before? Hearing this question, Young-oh suddenly felt scared. Or perhaps you dated the director during the time he lost his memories? Young-oh's hands trembled, and her voice faltered. Seeing that attitude, the team leader immediately spoke up, you don't have to answer me right away. You must have your own reasons. I'm just a little worried because your face always changes whenever someone talks about Director Jaehyun, like the time in front of the elevator. But if you knew him 7 years ago, wouldn't you have any intention of saying anything? The director is also getting married soon, and you work at the same company. Young-oh unconsciously replied, I haven't decided yet. It's okay. Assistant Manager Lee, tell me whenever you want someone to go out for a drink with. I'm sure I can't help you solve the problem, but at least I can listen to your troubles. Please don't think too much about it, okay? That's the most important thing. Young-oh had no choice but to happily reply, of course. At this time everyone was going down the stairs and ran into Jaehyun. There's the director. Hello, director. I don't know if you've had lunch yet. Jaehyun also said at the same time, by the way, about yesterday. You're the one who had Team 2 replace Team 1 to interact with customers? I heard that you suggested that new employees go to entertain the guests. Hearing this, the girl's face turned pale. That's because Assistant Manager Saini was too busy. She has a lot to do, but only until after work. The girl also replied, I have quite a lot of work to do, and the deadline is approaching, so I had no other choice. I understand your busy schedule. From now on, don't let this happen again. Now, can you show me the results you've done since yesterday? Hearing this, everyone was startled. I'm very disappointed. You've been working so hard, but there are no results. Jaehyun pretended to say. You should stay at the company after dinner to continue working. Now I understand why customers always return what you've done. From now on, Assistant Manager Saini must send a report on what she has done by email at 6 p.m. every day. Then Jaehyun left, leaving everyone there to breathe a sigh of relief. Saini cried miserably, Manager, what should I do? It's okay, I'll talk to him. At this time, Jaehyun and Young-oh accidentally met each other. Young-oh caught sight of a girl following him. The director is getting married, and I work at the same company. That's right, he's about to become a groom. I should stop bothering him. As soon as they entered the office, the two felt that the atmosphere here was so gloomy. Honey, did something bad happen? Assistant Manager Saini promised to work harder. If you continue to be so strict with her, wouldn't she become sad and work worse? Inside the director's office, there were voices of two people talking to each other. Jaehyun remained cold, ignoring those words. Mom already mentioned the wedding. What should I do? Yoonbai said excitedly, but she received a cold reply, you can handle that yourself. Don't you understand my mother the best? So what about you? What do you want to do? I'm not so thick-skinned as to ask you to do anything. Yoonbai worriedly thought, I've said too much to everyone. If I said I wanted us to get married, what would you think? Yoonbai happily looked up. But she didn't receive any response. Jaehyun's glance meant, how dare you do that? Without opening his mouth to say any words, Yoonbai could understand that sharp look. Jaehyun took out the document and said coldly, you can't solve the problem by saying and. Tell my mother that we're over, even though we haven't dated once. Yoonbai felt extremely angry. How could those words come out of your mouth so easily? I can't understand why that's so difficult for you. I'm busy. Can you go out? When she heard these words, Yoonbai's eyes were no longer excited. so she quickly left the office. As soon as she stepped out the door, she ran into Sung-gyu. The two passed each other and whispered, "He said he's very busy right now. Yunbai has said that much, and he's still stubborn." Sung-gyu replied, "I should check how hard he's working. He must have just argued with Yunbai, but he doesn't look like he's angry." As soon as Sung-gyu walked in, he noticed an umbrella placed at the edge of the door. Then he picked it up and asked Jihan, "You probably don't need it, right?" "I'll take it home. My daughter will probably like it a lot." Jihan coldly said, "That's mine. Put it back." Sung-gyu sat on the chair and said, "You were especially polite to Yunbai. I can't even imagine it." Jihan was still focused on the pile of documents. "You don't understand." Sung-gyu suddenly remembered something. "That's right. Yunbai 7 years ago when Jihan was still in a coma. She helped the police catch the criminal who caused the accident and ran away. It is rumored that she is also very concerned about Jihan's mother. Besides, Yunbai is the younger sister of my friend, and he and she see each other as family, so it is obvious that they cannot ignore her." Sung-gyu continued, "However, I still have to tell you this. If you really want to date someone." Before he could finish speaking, Jihan replied that there wasn't. "Okay, if you don't mean that, then who did you give your umbrella to?" "Not the umbrella, but the jacket. I saw everything yesterday. It's like a cheesy romance movie right in the middle of the public. Assistant Manager Young-oh wore the coat that I gave you as a gift, right?" Jihan asked in surprise, "That was a gift you gave me?" Sung-gyu angrily rebuked, "You really are a heartless and cold-blooded person. Do you still want to deny it? Those are romantic feelings." Jihan said, "I have my own appearance preferences. I have never felt this way, so it is quite annoying. I'm not worried about getting wet or anything, but I'm not saying I like it, right? I want to be by Young-oh's side, but not because I like her. If she is in pain, I will be very concerned, but still not like her. That's called early love, my foolish friend." Young-oh stood in front of the elevator and felt the wind blowing on her body. It is not strange to be curious about Young-oh. It happens naturally because I am a man. It is just a little desire like wanting to eat when hungry. How can I be moved by a woman I have only met for 10 days? Young-oh said softly, "I will wash the coat and return it to you later." Jihan continued, "Just give it to me because it is a very precious gift from a friend, so I will take it to the laundry myself." "Okay." Young-oh thought in a panic, why did he lend it to me if it was so important? Ki-hoon waved his hand from behind and called, "Sister." He ran over happily, "Hello, Director, are you about to go home too?" "Sister, I just bought a car, do you want me to take you home?" Young-oh asked in surprise, "Tonight is Friday. Do you have any plans? My meeting is also near your house, do you want to come with me?" Ki-hoon invited with a very warm look. Jihan immediately turned to him and said, "Ki-hoon, there seems to be a phone ringing in the office, but no one is answering." Ki-hoon asked blankly, "Really? But I didn't hear it clearly." Jihan said coldly, "But I did." So he had to go to the office to check. "Wait for me a moment, sister." After a while, he turned around and said, "Assistant Manager, you should go first. I have to send some documents urgently." Young-oh replied, "I know. Good luck." So the two returned to their previous silent state. Jihan even put the coat on Young-oh, "Just wear it home. Because it is very important for my friend, it must be returned on Monday. It can be returned on the weekend too." Young-oh only replied softly, "I know," but in her heart, she thought, he doesn't intend to make me go out on Sunday, does he? Evening at Young-oh's apartment building. She received a message from Jihan, "Documents on consumer behavior of customers on the digital floor, customer care. I am sending you this because I think it is a useful template for preparing the upcoming advertisement. Why send this on Friday night? Does he intend to make me study now?" Young-oh was playing with Yena when she read this. Yena said innocently to her mother, "Mom, look, there are only 6 days left until my birthday. All Yena wants on her birthday is to eat cake with her grandmother and mother. Is that all you want? You look forward to that day so much?" Yena happily replied, "Yes, because Mom will be home early." Young-oh felt that the child was really warm, then Yena went out and said, "I want to play Go too." Looking at her child, Young-oh wanted to give her more affection. "I work so hard for this lovely child, but because I am so focused on work, I don't have enough time to show my love to her. Yena is really a good child. Mom always feels so sorry for you, my little princess. Every time I see Yena, I feel like I have more motivation to overcome difficulties, even if I look like this." That's right, Yena is the only source of strength for me to face the director who sent me the homework message on Friday night. Yena said seriously, Mom shouldn't put it here, the Go piece needs a way to live. Young-oh looked at her baby daughter in surprise. This is the good position that Mom must choose so that it won't be eaten, like this. Young-oh had figured it out, she needed a way out. Retreating does not mean running away because it is the way she can survive. She should retreat with the director who will soon enter the wedding hall. All she needs is Yena, so just follow that path. The next day dawned bright and clear. Young-oh replied to him with a message, I understand. I'll review it carefully. Jae-hyun looked extremely displeased. I sent the message on Friday, but she didn't even bother to look at it over the weekend, and now she says, I'll review it carefully. In the office, people were bustling around. A message was sent, and it took her 3 days to reply. Because it's work that I have to do on weekdays, not including weekends, she replies to me like a delivery person. That's right. Work is only processed on workdays. If you want same-day delivery, you have to send it before 3 p.m. on business days. No, it's about getting a response the same day. A loud laugh came from the director's office, startling the employees outside. If you say so, Jae-hyun found it interesting. This is also very useful to look at. Jae-hyun sent Young-oh a piece about the expectations for a new world, the world Sorry Media desires. Your message has been received. I will handle it. Young-oh felt that this director was truly annoying. I don't know how I can see all of her expressions through just a few lines of text. Before, time felt stagnant and sluggish to Jae-hyun, but now it seemed to be flowing along. You're quite interesting, Assistant Manager Young-oh. So interesting that I want to sit next to you right now. At the conference room at this time, a voice came out. After the dinner party last night, Dawn's advertising team gave us some feedback. They liked all the proposals we made. Therefore, they requested that we combine all 3 drafts together. The comments started to become more heated. Combine them into one? How do we combine them? Are we making something like Beauty Jaggi? This is an army stew made by mixing many American and Korean ingredients. Saying that is like telling us to start all over again. And even if we combined them 2 would be enough, let alone 3. Saini angrily asked back, Assistant Manager Young-oh, do you have anything to say? Young-oh calmly replied, what should I say? If you hadn't mentioned all those drafts to the advertising side at that networking event, this wouldn't have happened. Young-oh softly replied, I only told them what team leader Seop asked me to. That's right, isn't that great? They made a decision very quickly. So, what's the deadline for the script? The first draft is Friday. 1 draft is enough. If it is the first draft, there will definitely be a next part. We need to pass the first round first. Yoonbai spoke up, if that's the case, I'd like to suggest that Assistant Manager Young-oh be the final editor for the draft. I've spoken privately with the advertising side. And with the specifics of my job, I won't have much time. You know we have to prepare a lot of copies to ensure the requirements for quantity and quality, right? Young-oh angrily thought to herself, is she trying to punish me like this again? Thursday is Yena's birthday, so I definitely have to finish it before then. Well, it's better than being dragged around everywhere. I want to be the one holding the reins. So Young-oh replied, I understand. Then let's cooperate. Everyone, send your ideas via email. Just share your opinions, and I'll compile them and select from them. It sounds very exciting. Then that's all for today's meeting. Thank you everyone for working hard. Yoonbai added, Assistant Manager Lee, here's my idea. Just take it first so you don't have to do what you said in the meeting. Young-oh had to repeat once again, I said to send it by email. When I send you the file, you have to copy it and send it anyway. You need to learn to work more systematically. Yoonbai seemed annoyed. Ki-hoon, I have something I want to ask you, just for a moment. Our idea team will have a new model on Wednesday. I wanted to ask if you could design for this plan. Are you free tonight? Ki-hoon blankly asked back, you mean tonight? Young-oh spoke up to help, how about starting next Monday? Ki-hoon also has a lot of work to do in the group. Are you busy? Then Monday is fine too. Ki-hoon looked grateful, that's great. I owe you one. Thank you very much. It's nothing. By the way, Ki-hoon, you're always being called like this, aren't you? He didn't expect her to know this. Because the talented idea people are always being held back. At this time, he ran into Jae-hyun and greeted him, Director. He also asked, hello. Has the meeting ended? It just finished. If you haven't done it yet, he'll still nag about it anyway. So, there's no need to rush. Just relax, Jaehyun had just stepped into the office when he heard Young-oh's voice. Working on Monday is the least troublesome when the plan draft is almost finished. So, it would be better if you forget about it. Just put it aside. Young-oh said in a gentle voice, you understand, right? Making Ki-hoon blush with embarrassment. Assistant manager, I have something I want to tell you. I want to ask assistant manager. Before he could finish, Jaehyun opened the door and walked in, startling both of them, and they turned to look. Jaehyun said in an unpleasant tone, Assistant Manager Young-oh, don't you have something to return to me? My coat, Young-oh suddenly remembered. Yes, I'll bring it right away. Wait a moment, Young-oh awkwardly got the coat to return to the director. Then Jaehyun coldly said to Ki-hoon, follow me. Thank you very much, director, Young-oh returned the coat. I told you not to wash it. How's your cold? I've recovered, Jaehyun felt more relieved after hearing that. That's good. Ki-hoon, I'll meet you in the office in a bit to talk about your work. I think I need to see the draft myself. Then he immediately agreed, okay. When Jaehyun went out, Ki-hoon felt lighter. Young-oh worriedly asked, is everything okay? Ki-hoon shyly replied, of course. There's nothing wrong. The director is indeed very meticulous. I never thought I'd get a full 2 hours of one-on-one guidance. Look at this. When I said I should go back to work because my phone was about to die, the director gave me this. I think he's really kind. Time flies. It's already Wednesday. By the way, assistant manager, you haven't said anything. About that, Ki-hoon shyly scratched his head. I really like you, Young-oh suddenly remembered that statement. She thought it was just liking as a colleague. Young-oh really felt very awkward. That. She hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Are you okay? Sit down first. I just thought it was a joke. Ki-hoon seriously said, no one would joke like that. You're really pretty, but I think you don't even know it. That's exactly what makes you even more attractive. You don't know? You know it, you definitely know it. You're very pretty, super pretty. That's right. You're beautiful, Ki-hoon only spoke the truth. No, I mean I'm not pretty. Just a little misunderstanding. For me, I really like looking at you, assistant manager. The more I look, the more I find you strangely attractive, so I just keep liking you more and more. Anyway, it's a good thing, isn't it, assistant manager? Young-oh worriedly thought, are all young people like this these days? Why can't this stop? Is it because I'm being nice? What should I do with this innocent guy? I can't hurt anyone, but I also can't create distance. So Young-oh spoke up, you know, Ki-hoon, actually, I am already a mother. Upon hearing this, Ki-hoon's expression was incredibly shocked. Assistant manager, you're hurting me quite a bit. Do you hate me that much? Young-oh politely replied, no way. How could I hate Ki-hoon? It's true. Look, Young-oh took out a photo of herself with her daughter. This is my daughter. I didn't adopt her. I gave birth to her, my little princess. I don't have a husband, but I have a child, and next Thursday is her birthday. Ki-hoon still couldn't believe it. But no one told me. It's just circumstances. Because I'm not married, I also declared myself as single when I joined the company. When I submitted a copy of my resident registration, I only included personal information, so no one knows. Ki-hoon is the first person in the company I've told this to. I dared to tell you because I know Ki-hoon is a very good person. I'm very grateful that you're always gentle with me, but my circumstances are like this. I'll continue to live like this and protect her well. I'm sorry. But I will fully support Ki-hoon's love life. You'll meet someone better. Ki-hoon couldn't believe his ears. At this time, it was late afternoon, and there was a voice from Yena, Mom. Mom, wake up. Princess Yena. Guess what day it is today? Yena looked very excited. It's the birthday of my little princess, Young-oh hugged her daughter. Happy birthday, puppy. Mom Yena also discovered it. No, not yet. I'll open the presents after the party tonight ends, Yena disappointed said, not now? Has our princess planned the party clearly? The dishes were already laid out on the table. Everything had been prepared for the little girl's birthday party. Yena at this time was like a princess stepping out of a comic book. I'll be home early, Yena said. With that hairstyle, the two of them look alike. Yena also didn't forget to tell her, Mom, you have to come home early today. Of course. Ki-hoon in the office saw Young-oh working incredibly enthusiastically today. Yena also wanted to pinky swear with her mom, "I'll miss you." "Okay, I promise," the pinky swear as a promise to each other. At this time in another house, there was a voice, "Mom, the tie." Mom Dobin wondered, "What's this? You want to button up all the buttons to tie the tie?" The boy innocently replied, "Because today is Yena's birthday." "But my little one, do you really think Yena wants a ring?" Dobin didn't hesitate to say, "Because that ring is very pretty." "That's fine too. Anyway, it's a gift from the heart." Mom Dobin added, "Are you only planning to give her a ring?" "Not at all. There's also a letter." Here, the boy gave his mom a small letter. Mom Dobin opened it and saw the handwritten lines of her son, "Yena, your eyes are like containing a garden of jewels, so please marry me later." "A ring and a letter? Is there anything else?" Then Dobin excitedly replied, "There are also 3 magic tricks, 3 lines of poetry to Yena, the puppy dance, and flowers from toilet paper." Mom Dobin still couldn't understand what the 3 lines of poetry to Yena were. "This is Yena, Yena is very pretty, please marry me." The boy read the lines of poetry that he composed himself. "Son, just do the magic coin and paper flowers." "So what about the 3-line poem?" "Well, the poem and paper flowers are okay, but I want to do more." Mom Dobin spoke up to explain to him, "You shouldn't show off too many of your skills at once. We'll do it little by little. Let's do what you're best at first. So let's save the rest for Yena's birthday next year." "That means I still have to prepare more than 14 more?" His mom didn't understand why 14. Dobin spoke up, "Because I still have to perform for the next 14 years. "Of course, because I'll have to get married at 20, Dobin excitedly said. "But Dobin, aren't you planning to perform after getting married?" Dobin happily said, "That's impossible because I still have to raise babies, so it'll be very difficult." Dobin was still young, but he was already thinking about family and children. Mom knows raising children is very difficult. How could anyone not know that? Dobin even knows. Anyway, Mom will still support you. The boy's first love will probably be beautiful. Today the weather is really beautiful. The sky is clear blue and the wind is light. Young-oh happily went to the company and didn't forget to hum a tune. But suddenly she met her director, Jaehyun. So she turned and said, "Good morning, director." Young-oh's face today was extremely cheerful. Jaehyun was just immersed in that beauty. But he didn't forget to say, "Hello." Young-oh thought to herself, "Jaehyun, today is our daughter's birthday. So I also hope you're as happy as I am, because thanks to you, our little angel was born." "Good morning, Ki-hoon." "Hello, assistant manager." "Ah, here, this is." Ki-hoon handed out a small gift box. "It's a gift for the little girl." "It's just a small hair clip." Young-oh happily said, "Thank you. She'll be very happy if I tell her it's a gift from an amazing older brother." Ki-hoon shyly replied, "What older brother?" "Anyway, today I'll help you get home early, so try your best," Young-oh happily replied, "Thank you." But they didn't know that Jaehyun was watching them from afar. Young-oh's face was full of joy. Young-oh looked resentful when she saw that appearance. Looking at the project that Lee Young-oh had done, the manager was very pleased. Well, it was done quite well even though it was done in a short period of time. "I think we can get into the next round if we revise this a little bit." The manager's praise made Lee Young-oh feel very happy. Yes. Suddenly Lee Young-oh's phone had a message sent to it. "Wyong Police Station, hello. This is a message from the Wyong Police Station." At the same time Joe Siney had something to see the manager. "I received a call from 00. Can I give you the phone? Is it not convenient?" Lee Young-oh took the phone to ask the manager to go out. Excuse me, I'll go out to check the message for a bit," the manager happily replied. "Okay, hurry up." Lee Young-oh looked around and there was no one, so she quickly took out the phone to see. After reading the message, Lee Young-oh realized it was a message from the police officer the day before. Lee Young-oh scrolled down. Seeing the pictures that the police sent was a woman wearing a hat, covering her face, making it difficult for Lee Young-oh to recognize who it was. Lee Young-oh reasoned. "First of all, this is not someone I know. But it could also be Young Jae-hyun's mother who had someone approach the child. Even though it's just a little bit of evidence, Lee Young-oh will take what she can." Lee Young-oh messaged back to the police officer, "I don't think I know this person. Please let me know if you find any other information, thank you." Lee Young-oh immediately went to the office to find Ki-hoon. Seeing Lee Young-oh suddenly come to find him, he wondered, "Assistant manager, what's wrong?" Lee Young-oh continued. "Ki-hoon, I have a few things I want to ask you." Lee Young-oh gave Ki-hoon the picture of the girl wearing a hat. "Have you ever seen a hat like this? It looks like a branded hat." Ki-hoon zoomed in on the picture to see it more clearly, but the picture was too blurry. After a while Ki-hoon remembered, wait a bit, it looks like the hat of a foreign soccer team. Ki-hoon quickly went online to find the hat. Here, that symbol is quite similar to this. Lee Young-oh oohed, right, Ki-hoon, you're a genius. But I'm not sure if they're the same. You can do this kind of design at tailoring shops. This is just for reference, Lee Young-oh replied. Oh, I understand, thank you very much Ki-hoon. Right, then the manager appeared to inform Lee Young-oh, Assistant Lee, finish the Dawson draft project first. I have to print the draft for Assistant Joe to send to the director. Ah yes. Lee Young-oh returned to the room and met Joe Siney outside the door. Joe Siney's sly eyes looked at Lee Young-oh. Lee Young-oh quickly closed the computer and brought it over to open the draft for the manager to see again. The manager was very eager to see the draft that Lee Young-oh had done. Let's take a look, Lee Young-oh said while starting the computer. Yes, wait for me a bit. Suddenly Lee Young-oh froze when the computer screen was all blue. The manager saw this and asked, Assistant Lee, what's wrong? My laptop suddenly has something wrong, the manager then said. Isn't that a virus? Do you have a backup file? Yes, I saved it in the shared folder. Wait a bit, it's on my PC. But when Lee Young-oh opened the shared folder, there were no files at all. What, it's empty. I probably saved it in the wrong folder. I'll find it again. Ki-hoon came closer. Do you need help? Ki-hoon sat down and searched all the files including in the trash, but there was still nothing. Trouble, no files were created today. Lee Young-oh thought to herself, I definitely saved it in the shared folder, and even set a password and wrote it in a notebook. Assistant Joe Siney loudly said, what are you saying? There's nothing there, you're just pretending that you have something wrong, aren't you? Causing manager Chai Yun-bai sitting at the opposite table to be startled. What's wrong? Just then Young Jae-hyun appeared. He coldly asked, what's wrong? Assistant Joe Siney immediately snitched. Assistant manager Lee Young-oh's laptop suddenly has a virus. And she didn't even back up the data she did. Lee Young-oh's tears rolled down her cheeks. I'll go back to the machine room and fix it right away. Ki-hoon didn't feel too safe, so he offered to go with Lee Young-oh. Assistant manager, I'll go with you. Young Jae-hyun spoke up, go together. At the company's machine room, the technician did a preliminary check of Lee Young-oh's machine and said, it seems like it's infected with a virus, you need to restart the laptop. Lee Young-oh worriedly asked the technician, I have very important data inside, can you fix it without having to restart it? The technician could only shake his head. It will take longer to recover the data, around Wednesday next week. Young Jae-hyun with a difficult expression asked again, we need the data right now, can't you fix it sooner? Seeing Young Jae-hyun's frowning face, the technician trembled. Then when will you? Young Jae-hyun continued, I hope to get it back today. The technician was sweating profusely. I'll try. Young Jae-hyun and Lee Young-oh returned together. Lee Young-oh felt that she couldn't recover it in just today. She thought redoing it might be faster, so she said to Young Jae-hyun, Director, I'll redo it from what I remember in the previous report. Young Jae-hyun looked at her. That sounds better. Can you finish it by around 6 p.m.? Lee Young-oh replied, yes, I'll do it until 6 p.m. and send you the report again. She looked at her watch. It's 2 p.m. now. If I'm fast then I can't leave work on time, but I might be able to get home at 7 p.m. Arriving at the room, she started working. The operation of typing and clicking the mouse was so fast that it exceeded the normal level. Lee Young-oh sighed in relief. Done. Seeing an email notification, Chai Yun-bai opened it to see, Assistant Manager Lee Young-oh, you just sent the complete version by email, right? It's completely different from how I did this. That copy is different from this one, so the initial feeling is not the same. Lee Young-oh continued, then you fix the other parts that you remember and send them to me by email. Chai Yun-bai looked upset. I gave you the note before. Lee Young-oh continued, I don't have time to find it now. If we fix it together now then I'll believe the note and check the other parts with the copy. Chai Yun-bai retorted, I don't have time. This is completely your fault, so you have to take responsibility for it. Like that you look more apologetic. I'll support you. Before going to present the remake draft, the manager asked Assistant Lee, are you ready? Lee Young-oh confidently said, yes, I'm ready. He opened the door to invite Lee Young-oh in. Okay, let's go in. She was about to go in when the phone rang. Seeing her mother call, Lee Young-oh immediately picked up. I'm listening. Yena's voice was on the other end of the line. Mom, are you working yet? When will you come? Lee Young-oh gently said to her daughter, Mom is not done yet, Yena. Yena sadly asked, why aren't you done yet? Because there were some sudden things, but Mom promises to do it really fast and call you when I'm done. Yena obediently replied, okay, remember to come fast. You promised, Yena, didn't you? I remember, I'll try. I'll finish soon, Yena. Wait a bit. Seeing Young Jaehyun, she immediately hung up and invited him in. Young Jaehyun held the draft in his hand for a long time, but didn't say anything. Lee Young-oh anxiously asked, "So director, do you want us to read it?" Jaehyun didn't need to and wanted to see it himself. After seeing all the drafts, he gave his comments. The plan is relatively clear, the problem lies with the production side. It's hard to give better comments. The longer the meeting, the more difficult it is to gather opinions. So Assistant Lee, hearing Young Jaehyun call her, she flinched. Yes, Young Jaehyun instructed her. Today, redo it and send it to me, the others can go home. When hearing the words that Young Jaehyun just said, she stood up. Director, you mean? Young Jaehyun ordered her, delete everything and redo it, from start to finish redo everything. Hearing that, she was stunned. No, I promised Yana. Young Jaehyun stood up and went out, and, thank you everyone for working hard. Lee Young-oh ran after him. Director, can you specify which part 1 need to revise? Young Jaehyun coldly said, the copy is completely different, it doesn't look like there's any dedication. Lee Young-oh still wanted him to say exactly which part in there he didn't find dedicated, but he didn't specify and told her to revise everything, all of it. Revise all of it. Fearing she wouldn't make it back to Yena in time, she asked Young Jaehyun for permission to take the draft home to revise. Director, I'm sorry, but could you allow me to take it home to revise? I'll send it to you today. I have some important matters at home, could you please understand? He asked her, what important matters? Lee Young-oh hesitated and replied. Just family matters. Young Jaehyun stopped abruptly and raised his voice at Lee Young-oh. If you can't even talk about family matters, how can you do a proper job of it when you take it home? I know very well that when you get home, you won't even bother looking at your phone. Instead of standing here, shouldn't you be quickly revising everything to get it done? Lee Young-oh grabbed Young Jaehyun's sleeve and begged him, Director, can you let me go for about 2 hours? I'll definitely be back in 2 hours, please. Young Jaehyun snatched his hand back. You're asking me to wait 2 hours, because of a family matter that you can't even explain clearly to me? You have to take responsibility for what you've caused, understand? I'm telling you clearly that because you are in charge of this part, if you can't do it, call team leader on Chan Seop and work. With team leader on. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Lee Young-oh teared up, no way. Is there no one who can help me? Returning to her office, Lee Young-oh asked Cha Yun-bai for help. I'm so sorry, but could you please complete this project draft for me? I have something important to do today, please help me, please, Cha Yun-bai, I'll do anything you want. So please help me just this once. Manager Cha Yun-bai looked visibly displeased. What? I can't believe you. You're the one who made the mistake, and now you're asking me to fix it, so demanding. At this moment, Lee Young-oh realized how foolish she had been to ask Cha Yun-bai. There was no way Cha Yun-bai would agree to such a request. On the other end of Ki-hoon's phone, someone said, I think the problem will be solved soon, if the team leader returns earlier. Ki-hoon politely replied, yes, thank you. Seeing Lee Young-oh return, Ki-hoon exclaimed, ah, senior. Lee Young-oh interrupted, Ki-hoon, you must have heard everything in the meeting room, right? Ki-hoon continued. Yes, unfortunately, our team leader is away on a business trip. Senior, I'm sorry I can't help you. I wish I was a creative person too. Lee Young-oh lowered her head and said, it's okay, thank you for caring. She took out her phone and texted her mother, Mom, something came up, so I'll be home in a few hours. Please play with Yena for me, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Young Jaehyun came to find her outside the door. Assistant Manager Lee Young-oh. Bring your work and laptop to the conference room, we'll work on it together. Hearing this, Manager Cha Yun-bai was surprised. What? Does that mean he's going to be alone with Lee Young-oh? Lee Young-oh quickly followed him to the conference room. Before she could sit down, he reminded her, completing work on the same day before the deadline are very basic things. When you wrote the script, I had to watch the video very carefully to give you instructions to complete it. This is an important project, if you don't complete it, don't expect to go home. Let's get to work, the goal is to finish before 9 o'clock tonight. When it's done, I'll take you home. Lee Young-oh felt wronged. I know I have to take responsibility for what I do, but why am I still so sad? Her eyes were red and teary. If it was like before, he would always be the one to listen to everything I said. But now he's become the kind of person who doesn't even look at desperate pleas. Admit it, stop being so foolish, Lee Young-oh. This person is no longer the same as he was 7 years ago. He's a completely different person. Young Jaehyun looked at Lee Young-oh. Are you crying? To keep him from noticing that she was crying, she lowered her head and replied, no. Knowing it was a lie, he continued, an employee is crying because they have to work overtime? She still insisted, I'm not crying. Lee Young-oh quietly worked. Young Jae-hyun occasionally glanced at her. She still looked calm even when she made a serious mistake, and now she's crying because she can't go home. The only reason she can think of is because of family matters. And she wanted to leave for about 2 or 3 hours. How could I let her go like that? Outside the conference room, manager Chai Yunbai was angry when she saw Young Jae-hyun looking at Lee Young-oh. This is ridiculous. How could a person's eyes become like that? How could Young Jae-hyun make that kind of expression? He has never looked at me like that, so why is he doing that to her? Seeing that it was late, he said to Lee Young-oh, alright, thank you for working hard. Pack up and go downstairs, I'll take you home. He waited for her at the elevator and was going to go home with her, but he waited and waited but didn't see her. He wondered, why hasn't she come yet? Afraid that something might have happened to her, he quickly took out his phone and called her. The other end of the line said, hello? He asked, where are you? You said you had something urgent to do. Hearing Lee Young-oh say, I'm already outside, he got annoyed, I'm standing in front of the elevator, how dare you say you're already outside? I went by the stairs. He was even more annoyed, I told you to wait, I was going to take you. Lee Young-oh raised her voice, I don't want to. Do I have to be with you until I get home? This isn't work time. I'll see you again tomorrow. Finally, she arrived home. She called out loudly, Princess. Yenna ran quickly into her arms with tears in her eyes, Mom. Mom, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for so long. Seeing Yenna cry, Lee Young-oh felt terrible, Mom is sorry, let's start the party, let's party. Yenna hugged her tightly, we've already finished eating. Yenna's grandmother said from afar, Mom took videos. Doyeon, Dobin, and their mom came too. Everyone sang and ate cake together. Yenna started to whine, I wanted to do it with Mom. Lee Young-oh indulged her daughter, then let's do it again with Mom, okay? Lee Young-oh rushed out to the bakery, bought a birthday cake for her daughter, and celebrated with her. The bakery staff greeted her cheerfully, have a good evening. She politely replied, thank you. Bringing the cake back, she lit the candles and sang the birthday song to Yenna, happy birthday to you, happy lovely birthday. Happy birthday to Yenna, let's hold hands and celebrate. Is my daughter happy today? Yenna said excitedly, yes, super happy. I received a lot of presents. Dobin even did magic and danced, I wish every day was my birthday. But Mom, I'm so sleepy, I want to go to sleep. Lee Young-oh smiled, okay, let's go to sleep with Mom. Helping Yenna lie down in bed, Lee Young-oh hugged her daughter and gently kissed her forehead. Lee Young-oh's mother entered the room and softly asked, are you still not asleep? I always do this, she's very pretty, isn't she? Lee Young-oh immediately said, of course. This child is your everything. The grandmother looked at Lee Young-oh, I don't know how hard she worked to get home early. Lee Young-oh, my daughter, I'm sure you're very beautiful too. You are the most wonderful thing I have ever created, the daughter I was willing to give birth to is more precious than my life. I love you as much as you love your child. Before leaving, she said to Lee Young-oh, if it's too difficult, take a break, okay? Do you think I can't take care of you? She continued, it's not just me, there's Yenna too. Once Lee Young-oh had made up her mind, she only hoped that the world would be gentle and protect Lee Young-oh so that Lee Young-oh wouldn't have to suffer pain and hurt. At Young Jae-hyun's house. He threw Lee Young-oh's book on the table. Then he went to the refrigerator to get a drink. He took the can of water to the table and sat down. He picked up the book to take a look. As soon as he opened the first page, he saw a bright blue line of writing. Hey rainbow weirdo, I think that's enough. He chuckled, she's really interesting, I want to keep her by my side forever. After that, he kept looking at the line of writing and smiled to himself. Suddenly his smile faded. When he saw something, Young Jae-hyun put the book down. He went into the room and took off his shirt. He turned on the shower to the strongest setting. While showering, he remembered the line he read in that book. The person who forgot me will cry when they remember what they forgot. His mood had never been so chaotic as it was now. The next morning, at the computer room, Lee Young-oh went to see the technician. He handed her the computer and said, although the laptop has been repaired, it seems that I think someone installed a virus on your computer. Lee Young-oh was startled, you're saying the virus on my computer was installed by someone? The technician replied, it's highly likely. Carrying the computer back to the office, Lee Young-oh thought dazedly, I suspected it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Suddenly she bumped into Young Jae-hyun. Lee Young-oh looked at him with hatred, how can you still be so shiny like a statue? I cursed you all weekend. I cursed you to be bedridden with illness for 3 days, to have nothing to eat for those 3 days, to be so tired that you couldn't even open your eyes. And to not even have a drop of water in the house. You would have to beg your friends for help because you wouldn't have the strength to go buy water, but your friends would be busy going out or lying to avoid buying it for you because they hate you. In the end, you could only lie in bed doing nothing all day during the holidays. When the new week comes, you'll have to come to the company with tears streaming down your face. But it seems the curse didn't work, wait and see, Young Jae-hyun, I'll pay you back in full. Lee Young-oh had only been in the office for a while when Ki-hoon came. Seeing that he was holding a stack of documents and didn't look happy, she asked, Ki-hoon, are you okay? Ki-hoon sighed, assistant manager, I think I'm going to quit. Lee Young-oh's eyes widened, what? What are you saying? What happened? Ki-hoon opened the documents and said, everyone, can you take a look at this with me? This is a webtoon ad for home camera. Director Young said I just need to follow this. When everyone looked at it, they were all bewildered, what is this? The drawings are both ugly and weird. Lee Young-oh spoke up, what the heck? Isn't this a preschooler's drawing? Ki-hoon was about to cry, it's not just scribbles of dogs or birds. Lee Young-oh remembered the paintings that Yena drew. She had always wondered why Yena could draw such strange animals. It turned out to be due to genetics. His friend could only advise Ki-hoon, the director must have seen something, but artistic talent has its limits. Ki-hoon helplessly collapsed on the table, so if I look at this as a model, should I draw a dog or a bird? Lee Young-oh suddenly thought of a way, don't worry, Ki-hoon. Give it to me. Ki-hoon quickly asked, what are you going to do with it? I'll give him tit for tat. He wants a dog bird, let him have it. Finished in a short time, Ki-hoon showed Lee Young-oh, is this okay? She smiled with satisfaction, great, let's do it like this. I'll go with you. Assistant Go said he wanted to go too, which surprised Lee Young-oh, Assistant Go is going too. I want to see Director Young's angry expression. Hearing a knock on the door, Young Jae-hyun said, come in. Lee Young-oh quickly opened the door, hello, Director. We're here to deliver the completed version of the webtoon ad for home camera. He coldly replied, I asked Ki-hoon to do that. Yes, so we came to help Ki-hoon explain the parts he was confused about, because he asked us to lend a hand. Seeing everyone crowding in, Young Jae-hyun thought. What's going on? Why are they all coming here? While Ki-hoon showed him the drawing, Lee Young-oh explained, your vision is so unique that we had to use that option. Even though the character you wanted isn't clearly a bird or a dog, we decided to let it be itself. This will be a great way to create an impression for the product. With this unique dog-bird character, I'm sure this product will sell very well. That's it, Young Jae-hyun didn't say anything. Lee Young-oh gave him a radiant smile, what do you think? He picked up the drawing and approached Lee Young-oh, the webtoon is good. But assistant Lee Young-oh, are you trying to play with me? At this moment, Lee Young-oh pretended to be innocent, yes, what are you talking about, director? Young Jae-hyun was sure that Lee Young-oh had told Ki-hoon to bring the drawing that he had given Ki-hoon here. Okay, I admit it. Honestly, I didn't have a choice. No matter how much I looked at it, I couldn't tell if it was a dog or a bird. Which one did you draw? He was silent for a long time and said, it's a dog. Lee Young-oh showed a surprised expression, it's a dog? Okay, it's a dog. Seeing Assistant Go chuckle, he turned and asked, Assistant Go Eun-ju, is there something to laugh about? Assistant Go replied, I'm sorry. Young Jae-hyun continued. No, it's my fault for not drawing it clearly. I'm glad you dared to do this. So please have Song Ki-hoon revise the character and contact the dialogue side. And Lee Young-oh, stay here for a bit. Hearing this, Ki-hoon worriedly wanted to explain, but assistant manager Lee is. Lee Young-oh stopped him, it's okay, Ki-hoon. Assistant Go, please take Ki-hoon back to the office. Assistant Go pushed Ki-hoon out together, okay then. Ki-hoon looked back and called, Senior. Lee Young-oh waved her hand, you two go first, Assistant Go, Ki-hoon. Waiting for those two to leave. Young Jae-hyun motioned for Lee Young-oh to go to the seat. The two walked together. After sitting down, Young Jae-hyun took out a box and handed it to Lee Young-oh. Lee Young-oh looked down, this is? Young Jihan explained, I once said to call you if I wanted to throw away food. This is the reason you kept me here? What the heck? This is how you apologize to me? Do you really know what you did wrong? Lee Young-oh got annoyed. I don't want it. I changed my mind. If you want to throw it away, just throw it away. Young Jihan said calmly, then please have Assistant Lee throw them away. That's what you asked me to do. Lee Young-oh refused to take it. I don't want to do that either. Excuse me, I'm going back to work. Young Jihan followed and said, you hate working overtime so much when I only asked you to stay once. Of course, who wouldn't react like that to working overtime? I begged you to let me go home that day, and promised to return to the company in 2 hours. Young Jihan continued, how important is that household matter? I need to know clearly to be able to consider it for you. It's my daughter's birthday. If I told you, you would definitely judge and mock my actions. And if you feel guilty about what you did, apologize directly. Don't offer me some cookies. Young Jihan wondered, what do I have to apologize for? For that Thursday, 2 weeks ago, when you pretended to be my father in front of the convenience store. And for last Friday, when you made me work overtime and sat there supervising. Hearing Young Jihan say, it's your fault for being deceived. What I did was what a director should do. Moreover, the overtime period was also agreed upon, so what reason do I have to apologize? Lee Young-oh went crazy and turned to look him in the face. I was deceived, because all my pleas were meaningless to you. It's all because of you, director, because of you. I had feelings that I shouldn't have. How dare you imitate my late father? Even as a joke, it's too much. Even the overtime, it could have been sent via email to complete. Moreover, what did you accomplish except sitting there supervising? My work? So if you are willing to apologize, I will let it go. Young Jihan smirked, if not? If you don't want to, I don't need it either. Maybe you don't see anything now, but you will regret it later. If that's the case, I have no reason to hold on to the person named Young Jihan anymore. I decided to join this company because of you. Once I'm determined to give up on you, I have nothing left to stay here for. You think what you have is great, right? But to me, even if you give me everything you have, you can't exchange anything from me. Because everything I have is Yena, is my family. If you are such a cold person, I can't let you meet Yena, because I want that child's world to be warm and happy. Okay, stop. I will quit this company. When I open the door and step out, it means everything is over, understand? Lee Young-oh opened the door. Then Young Jihan's hand stopped her. He hugged her and grabbed her wrist tightly. The door closed by itself with a bang. Young Jihan released Lee Young-oh's hand. He grabbed it a bit too hard, so she rubbed her wrist. The eyes of the two people looked straight at each other. Suddenly, he turned his back and said, I'm sorry. Lee Young-oh didn't quite understand Young Jihan's meaning. What? What are you apologizing for? It seemed that what he was about to say was difficult for him. He clenched his hands tightly, looking towards Lee Young-oh. His mouth mumbled, not daring to say the words. It took a long time for him to say what he wanted in his heart. I'm sorry for teasing you, Assistant Manager Lee Young-oh. Lee Young-oh felt very strange. Why did he suddenly agree to apologize? And for making you stay overtime. Lee Young-oh frowned and asked, what will you do next time? Young Jihan replied, I will do what you want. What I want? You know what I want? I just want. Lee Young-oh hadn't finished speaking. When Ki-hoon and Go Yoonju opened the door and called out, Assistant Manager Lee. She was startled. Are you guys waiting for me? Ki-hoon said shyly, I was just too worried. Go Yoonju saw the box in Lee Young-oh's hand and asked, what are you holding? Just cookies and some snacks. This is the director's apology for making me stay overtime last Thursday. Go Yoonju continued to ask, he gave you cookies for making you stay overtime? Lee Young-oh flusteredly explained, actually, he was going to throw it away. Go Yoonju whispered in Lee Young-oh's ear, could it be poisoned? He gave you something he was going to throw away? Director Young is really a hateful guy. I couldn't stand him from the beginning. Lee Young-oh smiled secretly, Young Jihan, you have to protect your reputation more. After work, Lee Young-oh brought the box of cookies home for her daughter to eat. Yena asked her, Mom, is this Yena's present? She gave a loving smile, that's right. Yena obediently asked her mother for permission, then can I eat it now? She immediately said, of course. It's from your dad. Lee Young-oh instructed her daughter, Yena, you can only eat one, okay? Yena whined for more, too. She rarely saw her daughter so happy, so she indulged Yenna, okay, too then. Yenna tried a bite of the cookie and praised it happily, it's so delicious. Seeing her daughter happy when eating the cookie, Lee Young-oh thought, my child is eating something her father gave her. Yenna was curious to know who gave it to her mom. Lee Young-oh smiled, it's the director of the company. When Yenna knew that the director only gave the box of cookies to her mom. So Yenna said innocently, then the director likes mom, right? Lee Young-oh explained to her daughter, no, it's because mom has been working too much. Yenna interrupted, but I still hope he likes mom. Lee Young-oh asked her daughter in surprise, why? Yenna bit into the cookie and replied, that way mom will have more cookies. Mom can still buy cookies for you, is this more delicious than what mom buys? Lee Young-oh's face changed completely when Yenna asked, Mom, who do I look like? In fact, Yenna looked very much like Young Jae-hyun, but Lee Young-oh couldn't tell her daughter, so she had to lie to Yenna, are you still asking? Of course you look like mom. Yenna touched her mother's forehead, but mom draws very well, and mom doesn't have a birthmark here. Lee Young-oh immediately said, it's because Yenna is still a baby. You will draw better when you are 7 years old, and the birthmark will disappear when you grow up. Yenna turned away, mom can't even play Go. Lee Young-oh said loudly, mom can play if mom is willing to learn. Seeing that her mom was angry, Yenna left the cookie and ran to tell her grandmother, Grandma, mom is scolding Yenna. The grandmother patted Yenna's head, that's because mom is sad that she's not as good as Yenna. Yenna smiled, really? Mom doesn't know how to play Go. Lee Young-oh looked at her daughter shyly. After playing around for a while, Lee Young-oh took her daughter to the bedroom. The next day, at the office, Lee Young-oh told Ki-hoon that her laptop had a virus because someone installed it. I'm not sure, I heard people say that the planning team is also having problems, so it's probably been common these days. Ki-hoon continued, so it was an accident? It could be, but the file I uploaded to the shared folder was definitely deleted by someone. Ki-hoon exclaimed, oh my gosh, then that person is definitely the culprit, I knew it. Lee Young-oh propped her chin up and sighed, that's right, luckily what happened wasn't my fault. Ki-hoon asked her, so they haven't found the culprit yet? Not yet, because I did it on the company's public computer in the printing room, too bad. Suddenly a way came to Ki-hoon's mind, Senior, I have a way to catch the culprit. Jo Siney heard and trembled in fear, while Lee Young-oh was eager, how? Have you ever heard of a fingerprint logging mouse? I heard that the computer in the printing room is always broken, so they switched to a fingerprint logging mouse. The part where we put our thumb on to enter information into the computer will be recorded, so we can find out who broke the computer. Lee Young-oh was surprised, really? Let me check. Yes, please check it. Because of security, the information is not made public but is only encrypted and stored in the computer. Anyway, no one wants the information in the computer to be deleted. That's right, if the computer itself has a virus, then we can catch the culprit. I need to check right away, because I'm not sure if the company management will cooperate because of this sensitive issue. Ki-hoon offered, if it's too difficult, I'll go with you. My friend is also in the information management department. Lee Young-oh happily said, oh, thank you so much. Ki-hoon. Then let's go tomorrow morning, okay? Jo Siney was restless, fearing that her wrongdoing would be exposed, so she decided to go out and think of a way. On this side of the desks, Lee Young-oh praised Ki-hoon, well done. That evening, seeing that no one was in the office anymore, Jo Siney tiptoed into the printing room, thinking as she walked. Fingerprint information is stored on the computer. I don't have time to find and delete each one individually. If I fix it in time, no one will know I'm the culprit. I'll be forgotten along with the laptop I broke. The USB was made by a casual acquaintance. Just plug it into the USB port and it will automatically spread a virus to the PC. I can erase all my sins with this. Jo Siney, holding the mouse, moved it back and forth, muttering, faster, faster. The data on the computer was slowly running. Finally, what she wanted was done. But right at this moment, misfortune struck. Lee Young-oh, standing right behind her, spoke, what's going on here? Jo Siney startled, huh? And turned around to look at Lee Young-oh. Lee Young-oh interrogated, what are you doing, Jo Siney? This is the virus in my laptop. Why is it appearing in this newly purchased computer? Jo Siney, frightened, hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. When I was writing the report, the screen suddenly became like this. Lee Young-oh took out the USB, then what about this USB? This is yours, Jo. Right? Jo Siney stammered, well, yes, but... You deleted all the data I uploaded to the folder, so now you're trying to delete the fingerprint storage from that day, right? Joe Siney tried to argue back. Don't accuse me. What evidence do you have? Did you see it clearly? Lee Young-oh pointed to the camera. This is the evidence. The camera will prove everything. At this moment, Joe Siney turned pale. What? There's never been a camera here. When did they install them? Joe Siney insisted on not admitting it was her. Anyway, it wasn't me. Since things had come to this, Lee Young-oh indulged Joe Siney. Okay, things have come to this. But you still insist that you installed the virus on my laptop. Joe Siney snapped at Lee Young-oh. What nonsense are you talking about? You're too suspicious. We can find out by examining this USB. The data in here is exactly the same as the virus that ruined my computer. I guarantee the encryption algorithm of this USB is the same as that virus. Young Jae-hyun, seeing the office was too noisy, asked. What's going on here? When Young Jae-hyun appeared, Joe Siney became even more frightened and trembled even more. She pretended to cover her face and sobbed. Young Jae-hyun spoke up. Assistant Manager Joe, stop crying and explain clearly. What's going on? Why is this PC like this? Young Jae-hyun turned to ask Lee Young-oh, do you have something to do with this USB? Lee Young-oh immediately said, I think this USB is the cause of the virus and it belongs to Assistant Joe Siney. Young Jae-hyun continued, let Joe Siney explain. This won't do. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Assistant Manager Joe, your work ends here today. Go pack up and go home quickly. I'll keep this USB for research. It's late too. If you have nothing else to do, you can go home. When she heard Manager Chai Yunbai call, Assistant Manager Joe Siney cried louder, Manager. Chai Yunbai took Joe Siney's hand. I'm very sorry about this. If this is just a baseless accusation, I'll resolve it immediately. If you want me to do anything, please tell me clearly. However, because of you, Jae-hyun is working overtime alone with Lee Young-oh. Do you know that? Chai Yunbai finished speaking. Turned and took Yuri's arm. Let's go, Assistant Joe Yuri. We still have things to do. The next day, early in the morning, the accurate information was tracked down. The IT department checked and confirmed that the code of the virus in Assistant Lee Young-oh's laptop and the USB of Assistant Joe Siney matched 100%. Young Jae-hyun invited Joe Siney in and said, everything is clear like this. The company can't do otherwise. Are you a spy from a rival company or do you just have a personal grudge against Assistant Manager Lee Young-oh? We can't ignore this and entrust you with important tasks anymore. Assistant Manager Joe will stop doing the tasks currently assigned to her until everything is fully processed. It would be better to transfer you to the reading room at headquarters. And also on that day, everyone received an email with the content, announcement from Max Planning, announcement of personnel transfer. We respectfully announce that there will be employees transferred. As designated. Joe Siney, position, Planning and in Production Department 1 Group 1, change of position, Reading Room Manager at Headquarters. After reading the email, everyone was surprised. Assistant Manager Joe. That was fast. Transferring to another department in just one day. Ki-hoon, seeing that it was almost time for the meeting, reminded Lee Young-oh, Assistant Manager, let's go to the meeting. While walking to the meeting room, Lee Young-oh said thank you to Ki-hoon. Thank you so much, Ki-hoon. Thanks to your help, we were able to succeed so smoothly. Ki-hoon turned to say, if you want to thank me, I have a few small requests. Lee Young-oh replied, okay, tell me. What is it? Can I call you without adding the title after your name? Seeing Lee Young-oh laugh, Ki-hoon continued, of course, I'll only call you that when it's just the two of us. Is that okay? Lee Young-oh agreed, okay, let's talk comfortably like friends. You too. How would I dare? Especially with you. I told you before, I will always respect you. Seeing Lee Young-oh and Ki-hoon talking happily to each other, Young Jae-hyun felt uncomfortable in his heart. I was the one who helped, why is she only thanking Ki-hoon, when she herself said. What I wanted was to expose the person who installed the virus on my laptop and deleted all the data in the company's shared folder. The culprit used the shared computer in the printing room. I apologized and helped her find the culprit, letting them do whatever they wanted. I even disciplined Joe Siney. I did everything you asked, but why do you only care about him? Seeing that Young Jae-hyun's facial expression wasn't good, his friend asked. What's wrong with your face? Young Jae-hyun frowned, what about my face? His friend said, you look more grumpy than usual. You sent Joe Siney to headquarters, right? Assistant Lee Young-oh must have had a difficult time. Is there any progress with her? Young Jae-hyun was silent for a moment and said, I look like a father. Hearing this, Young Jae-hyun's friend was surprised, huh? She said I look like her late father. Young Jae-hyun's friend thought to himself. If she says he looks like her father, there's no hope left. Before Young Jae-hyun's friend could finish his sentence, it's a bit complicated, but at least you get to be looked at rather than rejected, Cha Yun-bai accidentally overheard and burst through the door. What did you say? Who said that to you? Was it Lee Young-oh? She said that to you? Young Jae-hyun's friend was sweating profusely. I should go. Good job. If you need anything, just call. We'll talk about this later. Cha Yun-bai ran to find Lee Young-oh, cursing as she ran. Lee Young-oh is a cunning fox. As soon as she entered the office, Cha Yun-bai shouted, Assistant Manager Lee Young-oh, come here immediately. Lee Young-oh turned off her computer and walked over. Yes, what's wrong? Cha Yun-bai didn't say anything and just grabbed Lee Young-oh's hand. Follow me. Lee Young-oh said. You have to tell me what's wrong first. Cha Yun-bai continued, something's wrong, hurry up, follow me. Lee Young-oh suggested to Cha Yun-bai, can you let go of me? But Cha Yun-bai refused to let go. I told you to hurry up. Seeing that Cha Yun-bai was leading her to Young Jae-hyun's office, Lee Young-oh was confused. What's going on now? Cha Yun-bai pushed Lee Young-oh, tell him clearly. That you've never seen your father's face, that you don't know who your father is. Do you know that when you were a high school student, during the accident in the cafeteria, your mother begged the homeroom teacher? At that time, she clearly told the homeroom teacher. Please take care of my child, she was born without ever seeing her father's face. You're the child of a single mother, right? Or am I wrong? If not, then I apologize. But what? Jae-hyun looks like your father? You're trying to deceive him, aren't you? Young Jae-hyun interrupted, Cha Yun-bai, that's enough. But Cha Yun-bai ignored him and continued to speak, you're lying to get close to him, aren't you? Young Jae-hyun growled, Cha Yun-bai. At this time, Lee Young-oh confessed, it's a lie, director. The truth is, he resembles him, not my father. The director doesn't look like my father, but he looks like my ex-boyfriend. Lee Young-oh went to see the director to talk things out. She admitted that her colleague was right, director, the truth is, not my father, but my ex-boyfriend. She explained, you don't look like him, you look like my ex-boyfriend. Her hand trembling, she mustered all her courage to say, I'm sorry, I lied because I thought things would be worse if I said you looked like him. I didn't think clearly at the time. I won't let this happen again. Young-oh felt ashamed of herself, turned her face away, and left the room. Jae-hyun and her colleague were confused by her actions. Young-oh hurriedly slammed the door shut. The colleague who was left behind spoke to Jae-hyun, you see it clearly now, right? You almost got into a huge problem. I told you, she used to steal my things. That's the kind of person she is. Now, quickly fire her. Jae-hyun didn't want to hear this story anymore, he was displeased, and asked her to leave. She was unconsciously surprised. He demanded, don't ever interfere in my affairs again. At a Go club. A little girl Yena happily showed off, I'm very good at playing Go. But her grandmother and mother weren't. The little girl wondered, then why am I so good at this game? Maybe it's because Dad is also good? Dobin, that friend always proudly tells about his father, always listens to his father's words. The little girl looked at her friend Dobin, always telling about his father, is it so great to have a father? I like being with Mom. Yena was very curious about Dobin, what do you like about having a father? The boy blanked out, huh? Dad? There's nothing good about it. The girl asked further. Nothing at all? Dobin just remembered, I know now, Mom said Dad goes to make money so our whole family can live and eat. Yena was curious, anything more? Dobin innocently recounted when his father and him bathed together, that's the happiest time. The boy said, because I'm a boy, of course I have to shower with a man, my dad. Then I don't need a dad, because I'm a girl, right? Yena asked naively, Dobin just came up with something, he immediately showed off, there's one more thing. What is it? Dobin recounted that his father can hug him when he's sick and has to go to the hospital. Yena was also very curious, Dad hugs you? That's right, when I go with Mom, Mom can only hold my hand, but Dad can lift me up completely, because Dad is very strong. The boy hugged the pillow happily and told the story. He even imagined the future. Yenna, when I become a father, I will also carry my children when we go to the hospital. Yenna understood everything. She also felt sad in her heart. I also want to have a father too. Dobin asked, then let me ask my dad to be your dad too, okay? The little girl felt embarrassed. Of course that won't work. Dobin innocently said, no, my dad will agree. I don't think so. The little girl lowered her head to hide her sad expression. When leaving, Dobin told his mother about it. The boy quickly said, Mom, Yenna and I have agreed to share Dad. His mother was surprised. What do you mean? The boy happily said that Dad and Mom always say they love him very much and give him everything in the world, and he loves Yenna, so he will give her everything too. This is love. Because Yenna doesn't have a father, I will give her my dad. The mother was helpless before her child's innocence, not knowing how to explain to him. The mother asked her son, then you can't marry Yenna, okay? Can you accept that? Why? If you two share one father, you two will be siblings. If you are siblings, then you can't marry each other, don't you know that? After hearing her mother's explanation, Dobin was stunned. It was like a thunderbolt striking the boy's ears. He held his head in confusion. Then what should I do? I already promised Yenna. I haven't even asked to marry Yenna yet. His mother could only stand and laugh at her child's naive way of speaking. The goal was not achieved because Yenna cried on her birthday. Yenna also just got home. The little girl called out chirpily, Mom, I'm home. Grandma asked her daughter Young, oh my, why are you home so early today? Have you eaten? She said she hadn't yet, so I'm too hungry, Mom. Little Yenna's eyes lit up and asked her mother. Mom, what is this? Mom bought ice cream for little Yenna. Have you eaten rice yet? Little Yenna was clever, yes. Then can I eat it, right? Grandma set the table for Young-O to eat. Young-O tried to eat. Her expression at this moment was uncomfortable, feeling stuffy and unhappy. Her mother worriedly asked, is something bad happening? How did I know? Her mother gently said, the mother hen who raised me knows, you know? Young-O recounted the story to her mother. When I was in high school, there was a friend I hated very much and today I met that friend again. Hearing that, Grandma asked in return. Why don't you play with your friend? Young-O shared stuffily, we don't get along, that little one has a dog-eat-dog heart, it's still like that now. Today we had a clash, so I'm very annoyed. The more Young-O told, the more upset she became. I will never forget this, I will make her pay the price, I will definitely take revenge. She told the story to her mother to vent everything. Her mother asked Young-O, really? What is that grudge like? Did she sell your house or something? How can a mother who already has a child be so petty? Do you still think you're in school? She resolutely said, Mom, do you know what people call people who have a personality like Mom? It's roasted sweet potato. Nowadays people call it that, even if Mom ignores it. No one will call Mom a saint. The mother said happily, roasted sweet potato is very delicious. When I was young I didn't even have any to eat. Young-O sighed to her mother. Young-O sighed and said, oh my God, Mom, you're bringing up that time again. The mother was helpless before her daughter. She said, you never give in at all, I don't know who you take after. Little Yenna innocently said, Grandma, Mom is like Grandma. Young-O and Grandma were startled by this little girl. The little girl said, Mom is like Grandma, and I'm like Mom, right? The whole family had to laugh because of this kid. That's right, Mom has to be like Grandma. Night fell. The whole street was lit up. At a small pub on the side of the road, Young-O sat alone drinking alcohol. She regretted herself. She remembered the image of her mother from before. Her mother had to beg the teacher just because of her, when her mother didn't need to do that. I'm so heartbroken. And I heard that in front of him. I understood how much pain Mom had to endure. She sipped each mouthful of alcohol. Her eyes were full of sadness. Suddenly, an acquaintance passed by and saw her. The two were surprised, unexpectedly meeting each other here. It was the police officer who was in charge of Yenna's case. Young-O happily greeted, hello, police officer, are you on patrol? He replied, I'm just going home after work. The two talked for a while. Your house must be nearby. That's right, and the incident happened right in this area. That's right, it's really surprising. He instructed her, if you need any help, don't hesitate to contact the police directly. Young-O gently replied, thank you. Suddenly, Young-O shed tears. He gave her a tissue, gently saying, here, use it. Ah, sorry, seeing a police officer makes me feel too safe so I naturally. Young-oh sniffled, wiping her tears. She said it's not a big deal, it's just that today at work something bad happened to me, so I can't look my mother in the face. I bet you've never had this feeling before. The police officer awkwardly said, I haven't, but I understand. He empathized with her story. She continued, both smiling and crying, even the police have things they can't solve, I also have something similar. Young-oh told her story, I have a mother and Yenna. A small house with a family like heaven, so I should be happy, right? She remembered the moments of being together with her loved ones. But why do I feel so hurt and painful? Life is painful. She lamented before her own life. But if you only see the misery or pain, everything will fall apart. The sky is not always dark, there are still twinkling stars or meteor showers on it, that's why I'm not allowed to give up. Young-oh was very strong and told herself that she must face the truth, and overcome it strongly. I'm not the only one, this harsh world still has some wonderful people. I admire the people who wipe away their tears to see the moment the meteor shower falls. She told herself, so I have to be able to do that too. Young-oh looked up at the sky, her eyes sparkling, her soul also felt lighter, I will see those twinkling stars clearly. She said to herself like that. Cut to Jaehyun's house. After work, Yoonbai took the time to visit Jaehyun's mother. Hello mom, how have you been lately? Jaehyun's mother was happy to see Yoonbai. Hello. Yoonbai cleverly flattered, the more I see you, the younger you look. The mother happily said, this girl, how can I be younger, you're the one who is getting more and more beautiful Yoonbai. You look as radiant as a flower. How does it feel to see Jaehyun every day? Yoonbai was happy inside, immediately showing off to her mother, just looking at him makes me happy, but in reality we are both very busy so we rarely see each other. In addition, you also know my brother, even though we are each other's exception, but it seems that he still keeps a distance from me, maybe he's afraid of affecting work. The mother comforted, that boy Jaehyun doesn't smile much like me. She put her hand on her shoulder and said, but if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have transferred him to that advertising company, even knowing that Young-oh was there. What reason do you think I suddenly transferred him there after taking the time to build a good job in the army? Yoonbai curiously asked, you did that? The mother replied in a very obvious way. Of course. The two mothers and daughters chatted intimately and happily. The mother suggested to Yoonbai, or I'll date you on behalf of Jaehyun, I'll buy you delicious food and clothes. Really? Then are you free this Sunday? The mother didn't hesitate to agree to her. Okay, I think I have a schedule but I will definitely arrange it for you. Mom, you look like my real mother. The mother happily said, then get married quickly, if it's Yoonbai, I won't regret anything, a daughter and then a granddaughter exactly like her mother. Yoonbai asked her mother in return, don't you like a grandson like your son? You're always joking, I like both, whatever it is, I'll take it. Yoonbai beamed, she had thoughts in her head, then one day Jaehyun and I will have a child. Cut to Young-oh, she sent words of thanks to the police officer, thank you for patiently listening to my story, thanks to you I feel much lighter. Glad I could help you. Be careful on the way. He also didn't forget to remind her to keep herself safe. Unexpectedly, the two went home on the same road. She turned around, surprised to look at him, I didn't expect us to be going in the same direction. He said, my house is opposite the laundry shop at the top of the slope. Young-oh was surprised because her house was also right in front of it, it's reassuring to have a police officer as a neighbor. Goodbye, be careful. The police officer smiled happily, yes, good evening. The next morning, back to the advertising company. Lee Jaehyun went to check the office, he asked where assistant Lee Young-oh was, the colleague told the boss, she went to the studio to record the radio commercial. Jaehyun instructed, when she comes back, tell her that I need to see her in the office. The staff announced a piece of news to Jaehyun, Director, there is a new wine tasting of day 1 today, so we plan to bring all the members of the group to the event at once. Jaehyun turned his face away, he said I understand. Suddenly he remembered the story from yesterday. He remembered Young-oh's words, the director looks like my ex-boyfriend, not my father. Jaehyun felt that since hearing that story, he has always had a feeling of restlessness. I don't look like her father, but her ex-boyfriend. Jaehyun's steps were heavy, he asked himself, how much do I look like him? Enough to cause that confusion when drunk. Exes are already old, so what are those tears about? Jaehyun also wondered, is she still attached to him? Should I ask her? Do I have the right to ask? Thinking about it, I'm worried about these things again. Because it's Lee Young-oh, I'll go. Sitting in the car, Jaehyun saw that his phone had a lot of missed calls from his mother. He called her back, I'm here. The mother asked and checked if he was busy, or if he was sick. Yes, I'm still healthy, how are you? The mother said my stomach is cramping up here, and I can't even digest small types of food. Jaehyun asked, reminding her to remember to take her medicine right away. Okay. The mother added, by the way, Yoonbai came to play yesterday. The little girl just came to drink some tea and left. Is something going on between you two lately? Jaehyun didn't want to talk about this with his mother, he dodged it. I'll tell you later. The mother was still patient, gently telling him, every time you say that, it makes me worry, don't do that again, you know I love you, right? I'm doing this all for you. Jaehyun understood his mother's heart and care, he didn't hesitate to express his feelings to his mother, I know, I love you too. It's just that I love you. The mother was more at ease when she heard that, I'm happy to hear you say that, remember to call me often. Jaehyun asked for permission to hang up right away. Okay. The mother hurriedly said sorry, then you hang up. He put the phone down. Looking out the window, his eyes were distant, remembering the old memories. The 3-year memory disappeared as if cut by scissors, while the older memories were still very clear. Was it primary school area too? There was a friend I really wanted to be close to. A happy, smart, and talented friend, I really liked studying with him. Jaehyun cried a lot because he heard his aunt's words that they weren't allowed to play with each other. His mother came to comfort Jaehyun, son, stop crying and listen to me clearly, that boy doesn't have a father, if you go play with kids like that, you will also get infected with bad habits. Jaehyun, don't hate me, I do everything because I love you. Back then, his mother advised him a lot, but he was stuffy, and hated his mother. Jaehyun sobbed, his mother asked, why? He hesitated to say love? The mother came to hold his hand, but in his thoughts at that time, that terrible word was love. After being terrified with that word, there was nothing worthy of the word love anymore. So nothing was precious anymore. Jaehyun is still thinking a lot, he told the driver to stop here. He said to the driver to let him get out of the car and walk a little, but the driver said but we still have a distance to go, director. Jaehyun got out of the car immediately. Standing in front of a company, he remembered the story from the past. The close friend had once told him that, isn't your life too easy? You don't cherish anything so the people around you don't mean anything to you, right? Like what Sungju said. Even if you lose a few years of memory, it's not a big deal. While walking, Jaehyun asked himself, is it because I don't have anything precious? Something important, precious. He remembered the words Young-oh had said to him at the company, even if you give me everything you have, you won't be able to exchange anything from me. Jaehyun thought in his head. Could it be that everyone has something like that? Suddenly, the sun shone brightly, illuminating a corner of the street. Jaehyun used his hand to cover his eyes. The space here was peaceful. He wondered, have I been here before? Exactly what did I lose? He was always thinking about that thing in his head, I lost it a long time ago. Scene changes to Young-oh. The manager announces, Assistant Manager Lee, come to the testing session as soon as you finish filming. Young-oh checks her work schedule. Let's see, the location for the testing session is the neighborhood where I lived when I was in college? She's very surprised. It's good to go back there after such a long time. Although not all the memories are good, she thinks to herself and smiles. She remembers when she was lodging in that area, sitting alone quietly in her small room, when each snowflake fell heavily, her body gradually changing, her phone remaining silent. That winter was so persistent that I wanted to give up on life. Young-oh looks up at the sky. She says to herself, even in the cold, that flower bud is still there. So am I. It's just that my blooming is taking a long time, lying in fleeting, short-lived warmth, she sobs. She blames herself, how foolish to believe in love, a love that wasn't even defined. She remembers her ex-boyfriend. And 7 years have passed. Isn't everything great now? That past is nothing anymore, Young Jaehyun. She tells herself, everything's okay now, really. She takes a step. Wandering aimlessly down the street. Suddenly, she stops abruptly. She meets CEO Jaehyun here. Young-oh is very surprised. She stares at him. She blurts out, Director. Why are you here? Like the way people dig up fragments of memories that have faded, we meet again, you, the one who lost me. Jaehyun looks at her with a puzzled, thoughtful gaze. Young says to herself, and you, the one who forgot me. Jaehyun keeps looking at Young-oh without saying anything. Young-oh accidentally meets his gaze, looks at him for a long time, and gently asks, why are you here? He says, I'm on my way to the testing session for the new product line. Jihan says, I suddenly felt stuffy in the car, so I decided to get off near here and walk. And what are you doing here? Assistant Manager Lee, the testing session is quite far from here. She says, I'm going to the university nearby. I wanted to walk because it brings back old memories. The two spend time walking and talking. Jihan asks, have you eaten yet? I haven't. He suggests they go together. She reminds him, no, you should go to the testing session right away. Director, this way. Jihan suddenly remembers something. He checks his schedule on his phone. Young-oh asks anxiously, are you not going? Wait, I'm getting too many work calls. If you're that busy, maybe I should go. Jihan disagrees. Suddenly, Lee Young-oh gets a phone call. She answers, this is Lee. Team leader? Her team leader asks, Assistant Lee, haven't you arrived at the testing session yet? We're late, so you don't need to come right away. Young-oh is surprised and asks, why? Song Miran says apologetically, last time, letting you take charge of the advertising department alone caused you a lot of trouble. It'll probably take about an hour or half an hour. So go eat or go home. Young-oh replies, I understand. Jihan asks, was that team leader Song Miran? What did she say? Young-oh recounts, she said the team members might be late for some reason. Jihan suggests, then I think we should go eat something. Young-oh directs the director to the restaurant that has the fried pork cutlet she loves. Suddenly, while going up the stairs, she suddenly remembers something and stops. Jihan asks, is everything okay? Young-oh hides her embarrassment and replies, yes. Please follow me, director. Young-oh is worried, thinking to herself, this restaurant isn't the same as it used to be. I thought I could bring back some memories for him if I brought him to the restaurant we used to frequent. But I didn't anticipate that they would change the entire interior. Even the menu has changed. Young-oh is even more bewildered when she sees the plate of hot fried pork cutlet that the new employee brings out. It's not the same as what she used to eat. Everything has changed except for the name of the restaurant. It's like Lee Jihan. Young-oh sighs, looking sad. She puts a piece of fried pork in her mouth and feels a little better because at least it's delicious. Director Jihan notices Young-oh's expression and says with concern, Assistant Manager Lee. Don't mind what Manager Chai Yunbai said yesterday. I don't care either. Young-oh is chewing on the pork cutlet. After hearing that, she thinks for a moment and asks him, are you still worried about my lie? Jihan gently says, I know it's everyone's family circumstances. So I hope you're not hurt too much. Young-oh is very surprised that he's apologizing for what Chai Yunbai said. Young-oh understands what he means and replies gently, it's okay. Talking about my father doesn't hurt me. He wasn't around when I was born. Jihan asks further, what about your ex-boyfriend? Is he doing well? Young-oh is startled and freezes. What do you mean? Jihan is also curious about her boyfriend but is too embarrassed to ask directly. I just want to know if he's doing well, like stable. Young-oh doesn't understand. Why are you asking that? Jihan just says, just curious. Because someone said he looks like me. She is embarrassed about what happened before. She says to herself, it's not like you, it is you. She laughs to gloss over this. He's doing well. Maybe he's eating something delicious right now. Embarrassed to admit it, but I wished he wasn't. After hearing that, Young-oh chokes. Young-oh's eyes are filled with sadness. What? I hope he lives well, really. I hope he's okay, but I want him to not have seaweed every time he cooks noodles, or stand in line at a famous restaurant for an hour and get cut off right when it's his turn. I also want him to win the lottery. But when he writes down the numbers, he writes them wrong. She crosses her arms and smiles mischievously. Jihan feels like a huge stone has fallen on him. Moreover, I wish he would work hard on a report for 3 hours and then forget to save it. No, just 2 hours is enough. Jihan smiles, finding her story very interesting. He reaches out his hand and touches Young-oh's cheek. At that moment, she is very surprised. The two look at each other for a long time. She feels confused, not understanding what just happened. She skewers a piece of meat, gently places it in her mouth, and continues, I've told my story. Now it's your turn. Young-oh asks him more deeply, you had an accident, didn't you? A few years ago. Jihan admits that information, exactly 7 years ago. It must have hurt a lot. I'm okay now. She asks curiously, you lost your memory, right? Jaehyun stops skewering the meat and puts the plate down. He props his chin up and says, it seems like you know a lot about me. She explains flusteredly, it's not like that. I read an article about it. He says, but it didn't mention my name, did it? You wouldn't have looked it up just out of curiosity. Would you? No, team leader told me. She startles, remembering she shouldn't have said this. Please pretend you didn't hear me say anything. Yoongo blushes, embarrassed, but he keeps smiling, making her even more uncomfortable. He sighs and shares, I lost about 3 years of memory, from when I was 24 to 26. People also say my personality changed a bit. But those memories aren't important. Except for the event I went to military service. Worried eyes, Yoongo says gently, you don't know. How can you say those memories aren't important when you don't even know exactly what you've forgotten? Jaehyun is silent, not knowing how to answer her. Have you ever tried to remember? What if you borrowed money from someone? He just says, if that's the case, they'll come find me first. Yoongo asks further. What if you lent someone a lot of money? If that's the case, then I can't do anything about it. She doesn't know how to advise him. She's helpless. He doesn't have any intention of getting his memories back. Jaehyun sighs and asks her, can we go now? Yes, she has finished her meal. While going down the stairs, she says to herself, I wonder if the people around him are trying to help him get his memories back, or maybe they're even preventing him from remembering. But anyway, I need to find out more about his mother. There must be a story there. She tells herself, I have to try my best, no matter what happens. Outside the door, she suddenly sees the plum tree. She used to be close to it. Each step she takes is slow and gentle. She looks at Jaehyun and suddenly remembers that today, our daughter learned about the seasons at kindergarten. She remembers Yenna, who used to point at a leaf and show her mom, it's autumn. Yellow leaves fall in autumn. The little girl was very excited, a fallen leaf representing autumn. Young-oh reflects, but unfortunately, we can't share that wonderful moment with each other. One day, I cried when I saw a flower bud blooming out of season. She looks up at the tree and reflects. That winter seemed endless, but it disappeared with just a fallen leaf picked up by our little daughter. Will there be a day when I can tell you everything? She asks herself this. Young Jaehyun, you need to remember our story yourself. I can't help you anymore, but when you get closer to that region of memories, you will meet me halfway, so I hope you will try your best. I hope you don't get discouraged and give up. Young-oh turns to look at him as he slowly walks down the stairs and says, keep going, Jaehyun. Before leaving, she sincerely thanks him. Thank you for inviting me, director. Oh, thank you too. Young-oh has to go. Now I'll go to the testing session. Before leaving, she also says, oh, director, I hope you'll find your memories soon. She smiles brightly. I'm sure they're not useless. Maybe they'll be one of the most precious memories, but stuck in a place that no one can reach, like a time capsule. Young-oh has great faith in him. Everything inside them is precious. Jaehyun stands stunned, moved by her words. Young-oh's phone suddenly rings. On the way, Young-oh directs Jaehyun when she suddenly accidentally slips. She falls into his arms, and they exchange passionate glances. She thinks, even after 7 years, there's something very predictable in this gaze. This is his explosive gaze of emotion. Jaehyun can't control his soaring emotions at that moment and kisses her lips. Young-oh is very surprised. What are you doing? Assistant Lee, Jaehyun holds his head. She says, are you doing something wrong to me? She asks bluntly, answer me right away. Are you making a mistake? For the sake of your life, let me tell you, you can't look at other people like that without permission. Moreover, you're already engaged. Jaehyun doesn't understand what he just did. He is very confused. Young-oh angrily leaves first. Jaehyun doesn't understand and asks himself, what? Who's getting married? Suddenly, he receives a call from assistant Park Sung-gyu. He says, hey buddy, I was just about to call you. Jaehyun asks him, I have something to ask you. Is there a rumor in the company that I'm getting married? The assistant wonders, what do you mean? Jaehyun patiently says, I heard there's some kind of rumor. He only says, I only heard that you're dating manager Chai Yunbai, but I don't know anything about the marriage. Anyway, I haven't been at Max planning for long. Okay, thank you. Night falls, but the company lights are still bright. Assistant manager Joe Siney sighs at the piles of unfinished work. This is so annoying. Why do I have to do these things? If it wasn't for those people, she's very upset. Just then, Jaehyun comes to see her, startling her. He spends time talking with her. Jaehyun asks about her situation, how the work environment is. She says, it's fine. Actually, I came because I wanted to ask you something, Assistant Manager Jo Siney. Is there a rumor in the company that I'm getting married? She is startled and quickly admits, I didn't spread the rumors. Jaehyun patiently waits for another answer from her. He says, I'm just asking. I want to know everything. Siney says, it's more than just a rumor. The truth is that you're going to marry manager Cha Yunbai this year, so maybe that's what manager Cha Yunbai wanted to mention. Jaehyun asks her to tell him more personal stories or anything she has heard about him or heard. After talking, Jaehyun is still thinking about this. While walking, he thinks about Siney's words. She said, I knew about this before you came here, and I think all the employees at Max Planning know about it. I'm getting married and I don't even know it, he asks himself. I need to correct this quickly. Suddenly, the president of Max Planning is standing right behind him. He spots him and calls out loudly, oh, it's him. CEO Seo Jong-soo says gleefully, Director Young, you finally came to the company. I thought you had left. Is anything wrong? He and his assistant happily pull Jaehyun away. Didn't you say you'd do the monthly report yourself from tomorrow? Jaehyun asks, when did I say that? Jong-soo tries to persuade him. Hurry up. I'll give you special support if you do well. Then I'll have something to show the president. He sighs helplessly and immediately refuses, I can't. I have a testing session. Back to his office. Jaehyun sighs, tired of the projects. Finally done. He sighs in relief. I can't even go to the testing session or leave work on time. I should probably go home and take a nap and then continue the report. I'll fix the errors later. Jaehyun is too tired. He can't continue working. After dozing off for a little bit, he gets uneasy and wakes up suddenly. What did I just do? He remembers Young-Oh's words at the restaurant. She said, I hope he doesn't press the save button. Everything will disappear even if he works hard for 3 hours. As if in a subconscious, Jaehyun vaguely thinks, that's really a terrible curse on Young-Oh's ex-boyfriend. So why is it spreading to me? Scene change. Young-Oh is working when she suddenly receives a message. Department head Yoon Era announces, Assistant Manager Lee, Director Jaehyun is calling for you. Hurry to his office. Young-Oh quickly and cautiously opens the director's office door. She looks into the room and sees that no one is there, so she informs the secretary, the director isn't here. The secretary outside says, he said to wait inside for a bit. He's on his way back from headquarters, so he should be back soon. Young-Oh quietly enters the director's office and sits down to wait. Looking at the box of cookies on the table, she wonders, why did he bring cookies when he doesn't even touch them? Is he going to throw them at me to eat? He didn't even bother to come to the testing session yesterday. Young-Oh gently picks up a cookie and eats it. She eats and thinks, no, why should I care? He's going to marry Cha Yunbai soon anyway. She suddenly stops and suddenly remembers something. Rewind time to the day of the testing session. Young-Oh is washing her hands in the bathroom when she overhears Yunbai's phone conversation with her mother. I didn't see the message because I'm at the testing session. Yes, it seems like he got caught up in something and couldn't come. Mom already called him? Oh, Mom wants to talk about the wedding? He mentioned it to me too. In fact, Young-Oh knows that it was a call from Jaehyun's mother. She thinks sadly, Cha Yunbai probably doesn't know about me and his mother. There's no need to talk about her son's ex-girlfriend with his future daughter-in-law. Because he needs a perfect wedding with Cha Yunbai without any mishaps. Scene change. Jaehyun goes to see Cha Yunbai. As soon as he enters, he says seriously, can I talk to you for a moment? Yunbai is a little worried. What is it? This is the first time he's taken the initiative to find me. Could it be that his mother forced him to do this? Has he finally agreed to talk about the wedding? Jaehyun waits in the private room for Yunbai to come out and talk. Yunbai naively asks, what is it? Jaehyun turns around and says seriously, Cha Yunbai. How dare you spread the rumor that we're getting married? Hearing this question, Yunbai's face freezes. Jaehyun angrily asks directly, tell me with your own mouth, have I ever proposed to you? Yunbai says shakily, but we're going to get married someday. Jaehyun interrupts, yelling at her to tell the truth. It seems like you're seriously mistaken. I don't want anything to do with you. Yunbai retorts ridiculously, but you don't have a girlfriend. Isn't this the most convenient for you? Does it matter who you marry? She even brings up the past to talk about. Don't you remember? 7 years ago, if I hadn't reported that name, you would have died. You should be grateful to me. I'm the one who should be grateful, but unfortunately, only I see it that way. I'm also the one who calls and sends gifts to your mother every week. Jihan asks Yunbai in return, why do you have to make that mess? Did I ask you to? Yunbai cries and shouts, we agreed to date, so you have to put in some effort, like me. Hearing that, Jihan reminds her, Chai Yunbai, agreeing to date was just to avoid the rumors from 4 years ago. Moreover, we already agreed. Therefore, you should clean everything up. Don't let things go further. It's better to do it this week. I'll ignore what you've done and all your empty lies until now. Yunbai feels extremely hurt after hearing that. She's very angry. Before Jihan leaves, she says, you shouldn't treat me like this. Look at how I treat you. Jihan replies, I'm very grateful for what you did 7 years ago. I'll prepare a reward right away. He doesn't want to bother with her anymore and immediately opens the door